Chapter 611. This was a desolate battlefield. Even though both sides had tacitly stayed away from the only buildings here, the land here was still covered in countless moon craters. Every inch of land here had been baptized by magic countless times. Black undead crawled out of the black soil and answered Roland's summons to return to the battlefield. However, in this pure land where there were no corpses, these seemingly ordinary skeleton soldiers were actually nothing more than puppets created from the aura of death. These puppets didn't have souls attached to them. Not only did they consume twice as much mana, but they were far inferior to the lowest level goblin corpses when it came to necromancy. Dawn, cleanse them! All I needed to do was raise my holy light sword, and the light of cleansing would instantly shatter these artificial skeletons. Not only that, the tower in the distance that was faintly glowing with holy light would also give me power. I hope that Roland doesn't have good eyesight and doesn't notice that I've changed his hammer into a sword. At this point in the battle, my main role had unknowingly become to support the undead. With Eliza and Little Red's attack abilities, as well as Marguerite's numerous support spells, rather than using my myth-rank power to attack, it would be far better to focus on healing and support the undead. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Under my holy light, large numbers of artificial undead instantly died the moment they awoke. Perhaps the Holy Church would call this a high-level divine sacrifice. But for me, I didn't even need to construct a divine arts model. All I had to do was let my holy light display its own characteristics, and these artificial undead would naturally be chased away. Due to the difference in power between us, my holy light, which had the advantage of being able to attack later, was actually suppressed. Some artificial undead still managed to survive. However, I didn't care. Would these low-level undead really be able to threaten these powerful individuals who were at least at the semi-god level? I was rather eager to see how things would turn out. Conservation was no idiot or newbie. Of course, she wouldn't have summoned these skeletons just to add to the fun of the battle. As expected, the next instant, the black skeletons began to change. The low-level skeletons crashed into each other. Their skeletons scattered as they crashed into each other, but they swiftly gathered together, just like a dense colony of ants crawling all over the ground. Soon, huge white bone giants crawled up from the ground. Every part of their bodies was a collection of countless low-level skeletons. This seemed to be the habit of ordinary necromancers, but it was fundamentally different. The bones of necromancers were pieced together and stitched together. It was just the fusion of organs and flesh. Different organs had soul fragments of completely different origins attached to them. Naturally, it was impossible to completely fuse them together. 1 + 1 was less than 2. 100 + 100 was less than 150, and 1,000 + 1,000 was still more than 1,000. Otherwise, a simple accumulation would be enough to create a giant monster that surpassed all existences. Super undead creatures required top-notch materials. Even if the energy level of low-level undead creatures was stacked up, the materials would not be able to bear it and directly collapse. Meanwhile, Conservation's artificial skeletons had been piled together into a bone giant. Every single bone giant was purely artificial. There weren't any of the most important factors to consider when creating a large-scale undead construct. It was as if Conservation had created a set of meticulously crafted building blocks. All it took was a simple assembly for them to perfectly fit together. Bone giants appeared out of nowhere. Their energy levels ranged from gold to myth rank, but we could sense that they were all complete individuals. Conservation is truly amazing with this technology. Not only was Harlow's eyes glowing with light, even I was interested in this technology. I had originally thought that I had forced the undead emperors to the point where they didn't have any more summoned creatures. Yet it was now possible to create magical artificial skeletons that could then be used as a foundation to create high-level undead. Some of these bone giants were like wild beasts constantly roaring. Some flew into the sky and transformed into be swarms or bone-winged dragons. Some charged forward like tanks. I believed that if it wasn't for the fact that I had dispelled most of the undead, semi-god level undead creatures would have been created from these building blocks, it was likely that only Conservation, who had plenty of mana to spend as much as she wanted, would be able to do something like this. If I had this technology, I wouldn't need to create completely artificial undead. All I would need to do is replace the connected parts with artificial skeletons, which would greatly reduce the internal conflicts between organs. No, that would actually be a waste. I could use artificial skeletons as the core skeleton and nervous system, and then choose the appropriate organs to strengthen. Pure warriors would only be able to see how effective this trump card would be on the battlefield. However, I could see that this would be a revolutionary improvement for undead magic. This was definitely an unprecedented invention, even without mentioning how much it would improve undead magic. Just the fact that it didn't need corpses as a material was enough to change the entire undead world. I absolutely must obtain this technology. Just as I was about to burn with passion, Marguerite suddenly teleported next to me and said, "It's about time." I calculated the time and felt that it was indeed about time, so I nodded. The next instant, Adam flew back with Little Red, and Eliza appeared behind me. Asterisk snap. Asterisk with a snap of my fingers. We returned to that shabby Chaos Abyss hotel. It was as if the cruel battlefield from just a second ago had been nothing more than an illusion. What was the most difficult thing to accept for a boss that had to stay in a dungeon? Was it the enemy's excellent teamwork and disgusting healer to fight a battle of attrition? Was it the fact that the enemy clearly had the power to fight a direct battle, but instead chose to fight a battle of attrition? Was it the fact that all you could do was sit on your throne and watch as the enemy finished killing your subordinates, while you discussed your strategy below the stage? I believe that the most disgusting thing of all was that no matter how much of an advantage you obtained, the enemy would instantly return to the dungeon, even if they died, and then return at full health for a second, third, fourth, and so on for the 27th time. That's right. This was the 27th time we fought. I didn't have that many special privileges in the world of Hades. However, I was only able to bring people in and out of the dungeon as I pleased. As long as I used this properly, that would be my greatest advantage. Conservation had relied on her incomplete, undead body to reach main god level. Just thinking about it made me feel that it had been a difficult journey. I respected her astonishing willpower and natural talent, and I didn't intend to cause our side to lose members for the sake of a trapped Conservation. That was why I used the most shameless tactic of all, intending to use the least amount of manpower to exhaust Conservation. The moment we returned, Adam was sprawled on the carpet, panting heavily without any regard for his image. Little Red was holding a large vat of water, and it seemed that she had been breathing so hard that smoke was coming out of her throat. Wait a moment, where did she scam such good wine from? Perhaps it was Marguerite, who was the only one I didn't have to worry about. She sat off to the side and recorded Conservation's power level and trump cards, as well as the weaknesses that we exposed in battle. Honestly, you actually have an undead main god as your sparring partner? That's so ridiculous. That's right, since we had a team, we naturally needed to spar with each other. Our goal was indeed to improve our teamwork in battle. We needed to understand each other's current abilities and combat habits through battle. It had been far too long since our team had fought together, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that we hadn't met an opponent that we needed to cooperate with. Now that we had such an excellent sparring partner, we naturally needed to use her as much as possible. I felt that Conservation was probably in a bad mood right now. Our thoughts were all there for everyone to see. Not only were all of her trump cards revealed one by one, her abilities were also no longer a secret. She was defeated, and humiliatingly defeated, by a group of opponents who were individually weaker than her. It was only a matter of time before she lost. After we finished fighting, we could eat, sleep, and rest. However, Conservation would need to clean up the mess and prepare for the next battle. If we were at a disadvantage or had a sufficient advantage, we could easily retreat. However, conservation would need to persist to her absolute limit. If it wasn't for the fact that her mana seemed to be limitless, she would have likely lost long ago. After fighting so many battles, I had more or less figured out the truth behind why her mana was limitless. You intend to grind a main god to death, just like that. Of course, even if she still has mana, her stamina and mental energy will also have their limits. Both of us are at different levels of tension. She doesn't have any teammates, so she'll need to constantly be on her toes. As her concentration drops, it'll only be a matter of time before she reveals a fatal opening. There were some things that I didn't say out loud. Only by slowly forcing conservation to her absolute limit would she reveal even more of her trump cards. As a powerful individual who had become famous even before modern human society, conservation had accumulated quite a bit of knowledge. Just that artificial skeleton from earlier would be enough for me to research for several decades. For mages, a critical research result would be far more tempting than any treasure that could be obtained from a monster. Every time conservation revealed her trump cards, Harloise and I would benefit greatly. Perhaps it was still impossible for us to understand how conservation was able to accomplish such a feat, however. We often collected samples and research methods, as well as the foundational magical knowledge that Osso had left behind for me in the Undead Republic, which provided us with a direction in which to restore conservation's power. As long as we truly defeated conservation, we would naturally be able to learn all of her secrets. Another benefit I obtained was probably the Dawn Holy Sword at my waist. Not only did my Holy Sword not show any signs of being overly exhausted, it even seemed to be replenished as it became more and more effective. I drank some water and wiped my mouth. It was about time to end our break. You've rested enough. Let's continue for 28 matches. This time, Adam and I will act as the vanguard and give her more pressure. If she focuses all her attacks on me, I'll teleport out and then come back. You don't need to worry too much about her. Marguerite, duplicate more cannon fodder and stall conservations, summon creatures. Little Red, Eliza, are you still able to use that magic fusion spell from earlier? Perhaps even more disgusting than an unkillable meat shield would be a meat shield that would automatically teleport away after a certain amount of damage was dealt. As we made all sorts of battle strategies, the weaknesses that we revealed would either be fixed in time, or our companions would make up for them. Our combat strength was truly increasing, and before I knew it, I seemed to have become the team leader of this team again. Take it easy. Don't force her too much. It's so rare to have such an excellent opponent. Let's do our best to fight a full 100 matches. Chapter 612. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for conservation to have limitless mana. I started explaining my analysis of conservation's abilities in a nonsensical manner. However, the other mages all listened quite seriously to me. First of all, theoretically speaking, limitless mana was the equivalent of creating something from nothing. That was the creator goddess's completely unreasonable power level. But from a different standpoint, if conservation truly had limitless mana, she could simply cast an infinite number of forbidden spells to wipe out the entire chaos abyss. Why would she go through so much trouble? Just thinking about it made me think of countless tactics that could wipe out all existences. For example, she could create an infinite number of artificial bone giants. Even if she couldn't create enough bone giants to instantly kill a semi-god, she could still overwhelm everything with an infinite number of bone giants. Considering the fact that she hadn't reached main god level yet before we fought, perhaps she received a revelation from me during our fight. That time, I defeated her by using a sealed space and creating the law of energy conservation so that all the energy she stole would return to her body. During our 30th fight, we increased the intensity of our attacks, forcing her to constantly summon cannon fodder and use powerful magic to save herself. Through Marguerite's records, we were able to calculate conservation's mana output with a simple magic wave chart. This confirmed that there was a fixed upper limit to Conservation's total mana output. Should I say that, as expected of a main god level mage, this number is truly ridiculous, but it's still acceptable. This upper limit was approximately 12 times that of the pure mage Marguerite, who had the highest mana output among us. Eliza was a demon, so her mana output wasn't that high. This was also Conservation's maximum mana output. That was the total amount of cannon fodder and attack spells she could control at any one time. No matter how much we forced her afterwards, she never exceeded this limit. Since there's a limit, it can't possibly be a true upper limit. In that case, there are only two possibilities. The first is that her mana is recovering at an incredibly high rate, almost limitless. If that was really the case, it would actually be no different from truly having unlimited mana. However, the probability of this happening was far too low. Recovering mana had always been the biggest headache for mages. It was already common knowledge among mages that the physical body needed rest and meditation in order to recover mana. Recovering mana was even faster than using mana, which was somewhat unacceptable. And so, on the 31st exchange, Marguerite cast Mana Shackle, Harloise cast Dullness Curse, and Eliza cast Mana Burn. These were all spells that had special effects on mages and affected their mana regeneration. 5 minutes after the 31st duel, Conservation still hadn't gotten rid of her debuffs. She was still using the same amount of mana as before. Her mana regeneration ability had been reduced, which didn't affect her ability to use mana at all. In that case, Conservation would no longer have the option of having an incredibly strong mana regeneration ability. I heaved a sigh of relief when I reached this conclusion. The second possibility is that she's constantly maintaining a state of conservation around herself. No matter how much mana she uses up, that mana will always return to her physical body as the spell disappears. Although this didn't seem any different, as if she still had unlimited mana. As long as I knew the theory behind this, I would naturally be able to use a countermeasure. For the 33rd duel, let's fight somewhere else. I need to test something. We left the city and found a desolate location. This duel ended even faster. I only managed to come into contact with some of her undead creations, and then teleported them out of the world of Hades. Even though I had purposely chosen a semi-god rank undead creature, under our combined attacks, it was only able to last a minute or so. Furthermore, this semi-god rank undead creature was no longer in the same world as its master, yet it was still able to self-destruct its magic. Next up was the 34th duel. This duel ended just as quickly. We only managed to determine Conservation's maximum mana output before retreating. How was it? Her maximum mana output decreased by about 1/17. This is the first time she's ever lowered her mana output. Your guess was correct. She used a special method to return all the mana she used up to her maximum mana output. I nodded in satisfaction. At this point, Conservation's greatest trump card had been revealed. Perhaps we still didn't know how she did it, but now we knew how to deal with her. For the 35th duel, we managed to bring out 8 gigantic undead beasts. Conservation's maximum mana output decreased by January 7th. For the 39th duel, Conservation only had 2/3 of her mana output left. She stopped summoning undead creatures. Since she lacked cannon fodder, we closed in on her and Adam cut off one of her right hands. Starting from the 42nd duel, she began to furiously toss out all sorts of forbidden spells and high-level magic. Meanwhile, I began attempting to transfer my magic out of this world as an item. During the 47th match, I succeeded in my attempt to transfer Conservation's mana to me under Adam's and the other's protection. Although the success rate of transferring Conservation's mana to me wasn't very high, only about 15%, every time I successfully transferred Conservation's mana to me, her mana pool would instantly decrease. For the 50th duel, after practicing many times, my transfer success rate was now over 30%. The wasteland that we had chosen to teleport to was now nothing more than rubble from all sorts of offensive spells. For the 53rd duel, Conservation's total mana output was less than 1/5 of her peak. It seemed that victory was right before us. We had defeated a main god without using any mana output. It seemed that we were about to make history. For the 55th duel, Conservation suddenly tossed out a brown crown magic spell. All of us failed to block it. Adam, who had blocked the attack for me, was instantly killed. If it wasn't for the fact that he had enough HP to survive in time, he would likely have died. It seemed that we had become numb to Conservation's performance. She still had an ace up her sleeve to turn the tables. But next time, we would be even more careful and not give her any chances. In order to allow Adam to recover, we rested for an entire day before the 56th duel. This gave Conservation a chance to take a breather. For the 56th duel, Conservation definitely hadn't recovered more than 1/10 of her mana. Our inference was further confirmed. Conservation's mana recovery abilities weren't particularly strong. Her limitless mana relied on her ability to rapidly recover mana that she used up. For the 60th duel, Conservation's total mana output was now even lower than Marguerite's. She made a fatal mistake, and Adam successfully took revenge on her. She was now nailed to her throne. However, she unhesitatingly used her mana to self-destruct. She silently looked at us, intending to take us down with her. And so, we directly teleported out of this duel. She seemed to have stopped. For the 61st duel, Conservation's mana output had already dropped to the level of a semi-god. She was soon forced to her limits. She was stabbed in the waist, and chose to self-destruct yet again. For the 62nd duel, Conservation prepared to self-destruct right at the start of the duel. Was she using her actions to express her determination to choose death? For the 67th duel, Conservation's soul core suffered permanent damage due to her self-destruct. It seemed that she was already beginning to drop in power level. Her mana output was now so low that it didn't even need to be calculated. For the 68th duel, I told her right from the start that with her current mana output, even if she self-destructed, she wouldn't be able to fatally wound us. That would be nothing more than a meaningless death, the most shameful form of suicide. I told her that for an undead mage, death wouldn't be the end. As long as she died, I would use a soul-searching spell to extract all the secrets of her soul. For the 72nd duel, Conservation no longer had any mana left. When I approached her, she actually jumped up from the ground like a wild dog and bit me. She even left teeth marks on my arm, and so I found a doghouse to store her in, and even prepared a dog leash for her. In the end, I didn't fight more than 100 duels. In Yonya City's magical prison, I obtained a main god-level undead emperor who had used up all of her mana. I was considering connecting her to my Mage Tower's mana source and using countless tubes to absorb every last bit of her mana. Perhaps soon, this mobile city would have a mana source that would never be used up. While I was humming a pub song as I cleaned up the battlefield, there were people discussing this in low voices behind me. He actually managed to take down a main god without any losses? That's Roland's fighting style. Yes, that's Roland Yonya, the merciless and highly effective strategist of the battlefield. Chapter 613. From the moment that Conservation's fate restricted her to the land of Hades, her defeat and death had already been determined. I had previously given her a chance to resolve our differences peacefully. I even gave her some research resources and authority over Yonya City so that she could have a place to live. This was also the equivalent of me voluntarily showing my goodwill. Actually, I wasn't the only one showing my goodwill to Conservation. I would always leave her some leeway so that we could meet again in the future. If I could get along well with Conservation, I would have one more ace up my sleeve when negotiating with the Undead Republic in the future. Actually, the senators of the Tark Republic that my spies knew didn't have that much of a grudge against me. Even though Aso had died because of me, in their minds, Aso's death had been glorious. The senators viewed death quite lightly for the sake of reviving the Tark Republic. In fact, they even acknowledged me as a junior who had forced their seniors to sacrifice themselves. Only by doing this can one be called an undead emperor, an undead emperor. Due to Oso's final legacy, I discovered that the ordinary high-level undead in the Forest of Dreams even acknowledged me as an undead emperor. It was just that I was the emperor of the enemy. In fact, some undead even viewed me as Oso's successor, someone who should inherit Oso's legacy. This was the undead's world. Power was highly valued, and there was a strict hierarchy. If Oso's corpse-eating disciple didn't prove that he was stronger than me, then his status as Oso's successor wouldn't be acknowledged in the undead world. I didn't have any enmity towards the undead. I even felt some sympathy and admiration towards the senators who still cherished the past and insisted on rebuilding their countries. However, when so many countries and species were fighting over living space, personal preferences were meaningless. I wasn't foolish enough to become a martyr for peace. Right now, the undead army and the human kingdoms were at war with each other. Both sides had no intention of stopping at all for living space. And when both sides couldn't bear the losses of war, perhaps I, as Oso's successor and the strongest undead emperor of the new generation, would be a suitable mediator. I can find a new mortal plane for you. It's a rich new land that can be used to rebuild your Tark Republic. Offering the Land of Spring as an alternative was my greatest expression of sincerity, especially after I learned that Oso and the others wanted to revive a country where the living and the dead could coexist. However, I also knew that the undead emperors only cared about Eichi's homeland right now. Only after the undead republic confirmed that Eichi wouldn't return would the undead emperors truly consider my sincerity. I took the initiative to express my friendliness. Naturally, I hoped that I would receive a friendly response. I was quite satisfied that conservation could become a bridge between us. However, when she betrayed our alliance on the battlefield and decided to ally with the devils to kill me, there was no longer any possibility of reconciliation between us. I wasn't a saint who would stick out the right side of my face after being slapped on the left, nor did I intend to step into the same pit twice. Once everyone was gathered, the first thing I did was deal with this potential trouble. At most, I could communicate with the other undead emperors. Perhaps it would be much easier to communicate with them than this insane woman. In that case, once conservation lost her role as a bridge to the Tark Republic, she would probably only have her own value. Kill her? That would be impossible. It would be far too difficult to completely kill a main god-level existence. Not to mention, high-level mages would have plenty of tricks up their sleeves to escape death. Since her soul fire was extinguished here, it was highly likely that a new soul fire would be ignited somewhere else. Considering that her soul was bound to this place, it was highly likely that her new physical body would be revived here or forcefully transferred to where her soul was. However, there was still a chance that she would escape. I didn't want to take such a risk. Even if she was reborn as a skeleton soldier, an even more powerful undead emperor would return in less than 100 years. Even if I wasn't afraid of trouble myself, I still had to think about my descendants. What? I was thinking too much. With my luck, it would be impossible for me to have descendants. I would definitely have a wife and descendants. Even the evil intentions of the world wouldn't be able to stop me. At most, I would find a foster son. Cough, cough. Getting back on topic, the only practical way to deal with someone as troublesome as conservation would be to seal her away like how I had dealt with the Lord of Curses, forcing her to sleep for tens of thousands of years. But before I could make up for my losses, I wouldn't allow her to sleep so easily. This would be completely different from exchanging research information on equal terms. Now, that conservation was in my hands. How could I possibly be satisfied if she didn't give me all of her research results? As for the final reason, fine, this was at least 50%. I admitted that I wasn't confident in being able to seal away a main god. While the seal of the 4 elements was indeed quite powerful, there are far too few main gods. There were no clear examples of successfully sealing away a main god. A seal would be just as sturdy as an iron lock. No matter how advanced the seal's design was, its sturdiness would depend on the creator's abilities and materials. If I really wanted to seal away a main god semi-permanently, I would have to prepare an even better four-element god equipment. That would be quite a large investment, and I would have to wait until I reached semi-god rank. From a certain standpoint, main gods were truly troublesome. Not only would it be difficult for them to completely die, it would be a huge problem if they escaped. It would be difficult to deal with them. However, in history, it seemed that only main gods had died in battle. There had never been anyone who had been captured alive. This was especially true for low-level main gods. No matter how I dealt with main gods, it wouldn't be good, but it also wouldn't be wrong. Let's first take a look at how top-level mages are treated. Mages would be useless if they didn't have any mana. It would be quite simple to create a mana pool that would extract a mage's mana. The mage country had long since punished mages who committed crimes. The mana extraction room and mana pipes would make it so that the mage wouldn't be able to accumulate any mana at all. Let's not comment on those mana pipes. Isn't that a dog leash on her neck? She even drew a two-headed dog that doesn't look like anything. Are you afraid that your dog will get lost? The anti-magic hoop on her neck was something that Margaret had specially prepared for her. I happily reinforced her eternal ice, which contained many secrets. Worried that she would be depressed, I even drew the images of my two most adorable twin-headed dogs, Little Treasure and Little Beckham, on the hoop. I was truly too kind, treating my captives far too well. Look at her expression. She definitely wants to kill you at all costs. No, she probably wants to die together with you. I'm used to it. All those fellows that I imprisoned in the underground prison back in the day were like that. As for other dirty methods that would be highly effective against prisoners, I really didn't need to tell others about my experience of building a dungeon under my residence to obtain fate points. Elisa was already making preparations. I suddenly felt that it was a good thing that Elisa was here. At the very least, she would help me with many things. Ahem, that was all for conservation. Time would prove everything. Our next target is the sun god Aloyo. He should be in the 372nd level of the Chaos Abyss. I still hadn't forgotten why I had come to the Chaos Abyss in the first place, although the devils and demons had provoked me several times. The most important thing for me right now was to complete my myth-ranked weapon as soon as possible so that I could reach the peak of my power level in order to deal with the future. After so many years of accumulation, I now possess the strongest bloodline ability in all of history. I was looking forward to seeing just how far I would be able to go. Aloyo. Who's that? The ancient Zion people worshipped the supreme sun god. However, that species went extinct in a holy war over 20,000 years ago. Surprisingly, although most people didn't know Aloyo's name, Marguerite did. Could it be that the mage country still had records of Aloyo after such a long period of time? As long as it existed, there will always be records. That species is rather special. Those eagle-headed ancient Zion people had many accomplishments in calendar and astronomy. Our current star charts are all based on their accomplishments. Also, their language directly refers to the sun as Aloyo. How could I possibly forget that? I had even forgotten that Marguerite was probably the only one out of all of us who could use prophecy and divination magic. Meanwhile, the ancient Zion people loved to talk about astronomical phenomena. They would say that a meteor would be some sort of calamity, or that 2 black spots on the sun would require mortals to perform a blood sacrifice. At any rate, I had never heard of anyone prophesying anything good. I suddenly felt that the stars in the sky were quite pitiful. They would become the symbol of the end of the world just by putting on makeup or having a black spot. They would become the symbol of destruction, even though they were countless light years away. Not only did people always drag me around to talk about things, how could they possibly finish talking about so many mortals and all sorts of random things with just a few blinks? How simple would that be, right? It was said that light came from the stars over a long period of time. In that case, the flashes of light that stargazers saw were all from many years ago. How many years ago was it possible for a stargazer to prophesy about trivial matters that had nothing to do with them? How boring was that? Cough. I meant that the stars had the ability to prophesy as well. You're being biased. We gold elves are also skilled in divination. Divination is an incredibly profound magic that requires incredibly high talent. It's something that you'll never be able to touch in your entire life. And the prophecies of calamity are made in order to avoid the worst possible outcome. Harloise was infuriated for some reason. Just what had I done to offend her this time? I was the one who made the prophecy that my species would be destroyed. Reality has proven that my prophecy was correct. Her voice became quieter and quieter. No wonder she was treated as an unfortunate princess of a destroyed country. Her prophecy of calamity came true, and then her own country was destroyed? You didn't try to avoid the prophecy? Harloise shook her head. Of course. She wasn't saying that they didn't try to avoid the worst possible outcome. All our hard work actually made the prophecy come true even faster. Perhaps our hard work was a part of the prophecy. From that day on, I swore that I would never look at the stars again. She would rather not know anything about the future than face a future that was certain to be destroyed and hopeless? The silly cat seemed to be in a bad mood as she jumped off my shoulder, transformed into human form, and went upstairs. I suddenly felt rather scared. So, the number one jinxer in the world had actually been hiding by my side all this time. Fortunately, she hadn't made a prophecy out of boredom. I suddenly chuckled to myself. At the very least, I wasn't the number one jinxer in the world anymore. Is there anything special about Aloyo that I should pay attention to? Little Red's words brought me back to my senses. I regretfully shook my head as I looked at her, who seemed to be slightly drunk as she hugged her wine barrel. An immemorial god is actually that easy to deal with. Little Red had an expression of astonishment. She had only been casually asking, "Honestly, why is Marguerite so fast?" She only managed to maintain such a rare appearance for a few days. I was even intending to find an artist to commemorate this. The next instant, I came to a realization. It seemed that neither of us were talking about the same thing. Ah, easy to deal with? No, he's incredibly difficult to deal with. If my guess is correct, it's likely that he'll be even more difficult to deal with than conservation. Aloyo was a primordial god who had relied on his own power to ascend to godhood. Previously, he had even been a main god. Perhaps he had been living in seclusion for countless eons and wasn't very famous. But that didn't mean that his power level had decreased. A main god level sun god? A former overgod of an entire species? This probably wasn't much different from the god of holy light. Just thinking about it made my scalp numb. I still hoped that I could make a deal with Aloyo. If things didn't go well, I would at least have the ability to escape unscathed. This was one of the reasons why I had been practicing with conservation recently. Even if I can't defeat him, I'll at least be able to escape. And Aloyo hasn't fought for so many years. He probably doesn't like fighting. No, he also has a war god divine concept. How could he possibly not like fighting? And, considering your usual luck, even if he doesn't like fighting, he'll definitely cause some sort of mishap in the end. So you're a jinxer as well, but your words are so logical that I can't refute them at all. Chapter 614. Although Roland's battle against conservation didn't consume any energy or damage, this method of fighting against conservation was also a waste of time. More than a week passed by without Roland realizing it. As news of conservation's death spread, the mortal plane was probably in a huge uproar. I was rather curious as I strolled through the streets of the 137th level of the Chaos Abyss, the Blood Colosseum. This was my first time visiting the city, and I had heard that it was quite famous. For the past few days, he had been either staying in his room or preparing for the battle outside the city. Only now did he have the time to enjoy the scenery. Bloody Arena? What a strange city name. A human ran over and was chased by a flying axe. His head exploded. He was dead. A Hezru ran over, and a fallen angel chased after him. His head exploded. He died. A gnome ran over, and a group of demons chased after him. Blood splattered everywhere, and his head also exploded. TSK, brain splashed onto his body. How disgusting. I had already seen 7 or 8 tragic deaths on the way here. I felt like I now had an idea of the style of this Chaos Abyss city. It was probably that there were no rules. However, I felt that it was rather strange. If people were killed like this every day, there probably wouldn't be enough citizens no matter how many there were. Moreover, the pursuers actually ignored me. Considering my usual luck, this was very surprising. Young man, are you new here? Someone actually stopped me as I wandered about on the street. She was wearing a black cloak and seemed quite mysterious. However, the disgusting lumps on her arm, which was holding a witchcraft cane, exposed her identity. She was an Onababa. Since someone took the initiative to explain to me, I nodded and admitted that it was my first time here. Young man, this is not a safe area. Let's go over there and talk. Behind the old woman was a dark alley. She stepped aside and gestured for me to go inside. I then smiled. It was great to have a local guide who came to me on her own accord. I had been worrying about not knowing where to go to the dimensional door. At the very least, the Onababas were quite well informed. And so, I smiled as I reached out my hand and placed a silver-white ice sword on the Onababa's neck. It wasn't that I really wanted to rob her. It was just that if I really followed the Onababas into an alleyway, it would be inconceivable that there wouldn't be a few ambushers jumping out to ambush me. As for whether they would be sold as human beings, organs, or souls, it all depended on what kind of business the Onababa was engaged in. What are you going to do? Actually, I think it's good to talk here. Tell me everything you know. I will give you the reward you deserve according to the value of your information. You actually dare to offend our Raven's Eye, you idiot barbarian from the mortal plane. Your doomsday. By the way, my name is Roland Mist. You should have heard of me. Pada! The Onababa's wooden staff fell to the ground, and her entire body trembled as if she was suffering from a fever. It would seem that I was somewhat famous. Such a rare scene made me somewhat happy. The wanted criminal who robbed the Onababa market? A golden egg worth 1,000 spirit coins? Sisters, we're rich. The Onababa's cloak had already fallen to the ground, but she didn't even realize it. Her murky eyes were filled with pleasant surprise, and she pointed at me with a trembling finger as if she had just seen a rare treasure. Pooh! The silly cat on my shoulder didn't give me any face as she laughed out loud. I paused in surprise as well. The next moment, I racked my brain but couldn't remember anything about robbing an Onababa market. Forget it. Stop thinking about it. Do you really believe the Onababa's words? They're just looking for an excuse to put you on the wanted list and find out where you are. The real people who put the bounty on your head. Donati's the devil lord, Sophocles the deceiver, and so on. You've offended quite a few people, so just pick one. There was already a 4-armed snake demon, a high-level vampire, and 2 Onababa surrounding me. It would seem that this team was quite strong. Sigh, it would seem that I really should go to a small alley to talk. You're so humorous. It's fine to go to a small alley right now as well. Oh, it would seem that they were still worried about alerting others because of my battle. There were rules in this city, and so I really did go inside. 5 minutes later, the small alley's entrance was sealed off by ice. There were already corpses lying on the ground, which was filled with cold air. Meanwhile, the Onababa in my hand was enthusiastically explaining the rules of this city to me. The Blood Coliseum of the Chaos Abyss was probably the most dangerous and bloody city in the entire world. Its ruler was a succubus, that's right, a succubus who had the weakest combat strength out of all demons and was a master at seduction and sex. Perhaps beauty was an irresistible weapon in the mortal world. But in the Chaos Abyss, beauty was nothing compared to muscles. Succubi didn't have a particularly high status in the Chaos Abyss, and this succubus was only able to control the city because she had a pet. Void Devourers were incredibly dangerous creatures. Void Devourers had the appearance of distorted space that was surrounded by a gigantic mouth the size of a mountain. An adult Void Devourer would be able to kill off a demon baron as easily as eating lunch. The main reason why Void Devourers weren't powerful was because they had low intelligence. You're saying that the City Lord was able to obtain the Void Devourer's trust because the Void Devourer was a free gift from her? Are you joking with me? Why don't you just say that it was a free gift from her phone bill? What do you mean by a phone bill? I don't have any. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. This has already spread throughout half the Chaos Abyss. It's said that Void Devourer's babies are incredibly cute, just like human-faced worms. That's why the City Lord is nicknamed Dedina the Lucky. Human-faced worms? Just thinking about it was disgusting enough. She actually had such a creature as a pet? It would seem that the female Chaos Abyss truly had a problem with their sense of beauty. I could pretty much guess what had happened now that Dedina mentioned it. The Void Devourer's diet was no different from that of a powerful demon. Souls that died in despair were definitely the most delicious of delicacies. But unlike ordinary demons, whose soul shards would return to the Gui Ming River after they died, the Void Devourer's souls would be unable to return to the cycle of reincarnation. This was also why both the Order gods and the Chaos Evil gods viewed Void Devourers as mortal enemies. Since the City Lord of this city had relied on the Void Devourer to rise to power, she naturally needed to feed this pet. In that case, she would probably need dozens or even hundreds of souls every day. Every day at noon, the mysterious bloody bell of fate will activate. It will choose 12 random targets and mark them with a special color. These targets will become the prey of the entire city, and the hunter who kills them will receive a tremendous reward from the City Lord. I now understood why this city was called the Bloody Arena. Every day at noon, the bell would ring, and the entire city would transform into a gladiatorial arena. The unlucky ones would become the gladiators, while everyone else would either be the beasts in the arena or spectators enjoying the bloody slaughter. I didn't know the exact population of the city, but considering its size, there would definitely be several 100,000 people. If there were only a dozen or so targets every day, then most people would probably think, I won't be so unlucky. When considering the various dangers of the Chaos Abyss, a death rate of 1 in 10,000 wasn't a big deal at all. Perhaps this city would even become a tourist attraction for the city. And if the marked target doesn't choose to hide or escape from the city, and instead openly lives in the city until noon the next day, they'll receive the City Lord's recognition and recognition. However, ever since the new City Lord took over, there have been no more than 5 such powerful individuals. In fact, it's quite common for those unlucky individuals to die in less than an hour. The Void Devourer isn't satisfied with the fear and despair in their souls. Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk a bell suddenly rang in the sky, interrupting the Anababa's words. She suddenly became excited. Yes, that's it. If it ends too quickly, the bell will ring again and find another 12 unlucky individuals. Let me go. I need to find a place to hide. If I get picked, I'll have to leave the city as soon as possible. The panicked Anababa suddenly stopped struggling and opened her swollen eyes wide as she glared at me. I paused in surprise as I looked up at the sky. The sky seemed to be rather red. Let me ask you something. Will the chosen prey have a red light shining on their heads? Yes, that's Dedina's blood spear. It's used to guide the hunters. Isn't my head really red? It's completely red. Why are you still so calm? You've become the entire city's enemy. I couldn't say anything to the Anababa's question. If I had to explain, it could only be because I'm used to it. I didn't even know what to say anymore. I didn't even have to sigh about how unlucky I was. When I heard the Anababa's explanation, with my many years of experience, with my experience of being shot in the knee I knew that it was highly likely that I would be picked. The hurried footsteps indicated that the hunters were approaching, and that the Onababa was violently struggling. Let me go. I don't want to be dragged down by an unlucky individual. Don't pass your misfortune on to me. Even the Onababa knows that you're an unlucky individual. The silly cat on my shoulder laughed without giving me any face, just like always. Shut up, misfortune bringing black cat. Damn, what's the meaning of turning into a white cat at a time like this? Are you mocking me? Chapter 615. As the master of the Chaos Abyss's bloody Colosseum, lucky Dedina lived a life that all other succubi envied. Not only did she have power and status, she would never be able to give up the feeling of being at the top. Dedina didn't need to suck up to anyone in order to become a ruler. Many succubi viewed Dedina as their idol, and she also had a large number of succubi in her harem. In the past, someone seemed to have noticed that something seemed off. In any case, the succubi's targets had never been limited to men. Succubi's sexual orientation? This had always been a mystery. However, succubi were capable of evolving from other demon species, and demons were capable of changing their physical bodies and choosing their gender. Males were naturally suited for combat, which was why most demons were male. Succubi were only there to charm male rulers. More than 99% of succubi were naturally female. As for whether she had a male or female soul when she was an ordinary human, well, it was best not to think too deeply about some things. Yep, everything was Lucifer's fault. This also proved that if every individual in the world could choose their own gender, then, well, apart from the fact that there would definitely be problems with the ratio of males to females, there would probably be no morals or anything like that. Due to all these messy reasons, succubi had always been quite chaotic in their social circles. Everyone was used to it, and it was more important to have fun in the moment. Even in the entire universe, succubi were abnormal species among demons. Succubi were naturally quite passionate about power. They were naturally skilled at getting close to the strong, charming the strong, and enslaving the strong. Succubi were probably the species most skilled at scheming and power struggles. Having a succubus hidden in a mortal emperor's palace would be like a calamity descending upon the mortal world. Sooner or later, there would be major chaos. Why did this sound like the main characters of certain television dramas? Cough, cough. That was just a misconception. This wasn't something that could be easily criticized. Back in the day, Dedina's harem had over 300 succubi. Just imagine what a magnificent scene would be like if there were over 300 female protagonists in a harem drama together. Today, the West concubine mysteriously lost her child. How did she get pregnant in the first place? Tomorrow, some servant would inexplicably crash into the Phoenix Emperor. Every day, dozens of blockbusters would play out at the same time. Even the famous Detective Kiki wouldn't be able to see the truth. Even if he did, it would be meaningless. Cough, cough. It seems that I'm ridiculing something again for some reason. Getting back to the main topic, this sort of thing would probably be quite enjoyable to watch from afar. But having it happen right next to you every day would be as vexing as it could be. Even a true god wouldn't be able to take it, not to mention a succubus who is a rare existence among demons. The final result was that Dedina kicked out all the harem mistresses, and even said a famous quote from back in the day. It's better to be single. This person would probably be very similar to Roland in this aspect. After that, she did something that no other succubus could understand or possibly do. Stay single for 100 years. As a result, she became even more popular among the succubi. That look of abstinence is so cold and charming. Cough, cough, don't misunderstand. Succubi are a race that excels at creating nymphomaniacs, but they won't become nymphomaniacs themselves. The true translation of this sentence should be, if it's so difficult, successfully conquering it will actually give me an even greater sense of accomplishment. And so, Dedina often went out to meet with beautiful women. Her carriage would always crash into a beautiful woman that appeared out of nowhere. If it was raining, there would always be a beautiful woman who didn't have an umbrella nearby. An old man who stopped her carriage to complain about his innocence would always have a beautiful daughter. Some people who had nothing better to do concluded that, on average, Didina would go out to meet with beautiful women every year. Most of the scenes would be different every time. However, new people would occasionally repeat the same scenes. Watching the city ruler meet with beautiful women became an important entertainment activity apart from the blood hunt. Unknowingly, the Blood City became the city with the highest number of succubi. Originally, Didina could have treated this as a joke. Although she had fun, she hadn't been in the mood to go out and have fun for the past few days. Due to a certain unexpected reason, the city ruler's castle had been closed for 3 days now, refusing all visitors. Didina's mood had always been terrible. Only during the noon hunt would she feel temporarily happy. Come, let me see which ones will become our prey today. Didina had short purple hair and a pair of fiery red horns. Her snake-like, forked lips were gently licking her red lips. Even though she was wearing an extravagant formal dress, she had a mature woman's beautiful face and red desire. She was completely focused on the gigantic crystal ball before her. Under the bloody light of the blood bell, the unlucky individuals who had been enveloped by the bloody light were doing their best to escape. Hurry up and catch that brat. Her head is shattered. Right after that, Didina's beautiful eyes were attracted by a lone hunter. He was currently cleanly killing a powerful purgatory giant. I need that hunter. He reminds me of that two-headed gorilla demon from 50 years ago. That was so powerful. He was truly a monster. Perhaps I can properly reward him tomorrow in my own way. Didina's face was flushed pink with excitement, making her look even more bewitching. How long will he howl in pain before he dies when I slice off his flesh? I'm really looking forward to it. The hunters who came here to claim their bounty would always mysteriously disappear. Most people believed that the hunters had run off with the bounty from their domain lords. However, very few people knew that Didina's personal dungeon still contained the skeletons of powerful individuals who had piqued her interest. Even though she was a succubus, she was still a member of the demon species. Demons naturally loved to kill. There were many ways to find food for the Void Devourer. Sending out a small team of demons would be quite easy. Didina chose this method of hunting for fun rather than efficiency because she was satisfied with her own desires. Even though she had obtained the Void Devourer due to good luck, obtaining power didn't mean that everything would be easy. Many demons would choose to evolve into succubi in order to avoid competition. However, Didina voluntarily joined the bloody competition in the Chaos Abyss. Didina was an anomaly among succubi for being able to reach her current level. Actually, even if her individual power level couldn't compare to that of a true demon lord, she wasn't far off. Didina, the Bloodthirsty, was a nickname given to her by those who truly understood her existence. However, as a smart person, Didina preferred the Lucky Didina, as that would cause others to underestimate her existence. As for killing and whatnot, Didina could just leave it to her pets. However, it seemed that she was unlucky today. Her daily free time ended far too quickly. Not long after she finished watching, the unlucky succubi were all killed by the hunters, and the game ended here. However, Didina still wasn't satisfied yet, and so, when she rang that blood-red bell again, she unknowingly rang her own death knell. What's that? A holy night? That's wonderful. I'm so lucky. This is a super rare item, as expected of the lucky Didina. However, the strange thing was that the golden-haired holy knight with the holy light on his hand was currently looking up at the sky as if he could see Didina. See him? Impossible. However, what happened next caused Didina to be unable to believe it. That golden-haired holy knight suddenly released his holy light, and a gigantic pillar of light shot into the clouds. Right after that, several powerful individuals continuously released their auras in Didina's city. Not a single one of them was weaker than Dedina. 5. How is this possible? Why didn't I receive any information about such powerful individuals? When all the powerful individuals started moving, it was quite obvious where they were going. The target of the grenades was Dedina, who was in the center of Dedina's city. Damn it, if only Victor was still here. Victor was the name that Dedina had given to the Void Devourer. The main reason why Dedina was in such a bad mood that she locked herself in her room was because Victor had suddenly been abducted 3 days ago. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it elopement. After all, the person who had abducted the Void Devourer was that legendary man. Damned Beifong Herald, it's one thing for you to harm others in the mortal plane. Why did you come to the Chaos Abyss? One day, I'm going to peel off your flesh piece by piece. Dedina hurriedly prepared to escape as she viciously cursed the bastard Draken who had kidnapped her pet. She wasn't a berserker demon who only knew how to hold on. As expected, this was a well-prepared ambush. This is all a scheme. Multiple powerful individuals had silently and successfully infiltrated the mortal plane. A strange individual had successfully kidnapped her pet, and a sudden ambush while her pet was gone. Dedina felt like she had seen through everything when all these clues were right in front of her. Once I find out just who planned this scheme, and how they were even able to invite that moving calamity Beifong. No matter who it is, I, Dedina the Bloodthirsty, will definitely return the favor 3 times over. Dedina unhesitatingly opened up a secret tunnel and prepared to leave Dedina's city. As long as she could find her pet, she would be able to reclaim her position as the city's ruler. But if she died, everything would be over. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, however, the sudden shattering of the wall and the visitor behind it indicated that she was too late. A golden-winged holy knight was blocking in front of her. A red-haired swordsman was by her side, and a little red dragon with powerful magical wavelengths was aiming at her. After a dimensional crack opened up, an archmage had appeared. This situation made Dedina realize that she had nowhere to run. Damned bastards, you actually allowed that guy to kidnap my precious pet? You actually used Beifong first? Do you have any conscience or bottom line left? Dedina was only instinctively venting her dissatisfaction. However, she discovered that the golden-haired Holy Knight's expression instantly distorted when he heard Beifong's name. He suddenly took a step back as if he wanted to run away. But then he seemed to feel that this reaction was rather embarrassing, so he kept a serious expression and spoke. No, I don't know him. I've never known who Beifong is. Nor would I ever use Beifong first. We're just asking for directions. We're leaving immediately. Right, little succubus? Do you know how to get to the sun god's divine kingdom? Even succubi who weren't the most skilled at lying knew that this holy knight was spouting nonsense. Everyone knew the name of Beifong. Yet he was asking a chaos demon lord for directions to the god of holy light's divine kingdom? Wasn't this the same as saying, I'll send you to heaven, or, evil, let me purify you? No, don't kill me, at least not today. I've been single for 100 years. I don't want to die as a single succubus. At the very least, let me find a partner before I die. Even though this was just a random excuse, Dedina saw that the golden-haired holy knight mysteriously seemed to be moved to tears. However, Dedina's reply was incomprehensible. Don't even think about it. As a veteran fire mage, I'm going to burn every single heterosexual to death. You've been single for 100 years, and you still want to leave me? Dream on. Even though he was clearly a holy knight, he mysteriously started burning. The powerful individuals around him also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, I'm not heterosexual. No. It was obvious that Dedina hadn't thought about what she just said. She actually broke out into a cold sweat when she thought about it. For the inflexible Holy Light job class members, being wrong about something like this would be a tremendous blasphemy. It would be a true death sentence. However, what was even more inconceivable was that the next instant, the Holy Knight smiled and nodded at Dedina, as if the ferocious flames from earlier were nothing more than an illusion. not heterosexual. Then there's no problem. You're allowed to leave the team. Chapter 616. Originally, I didn't intend to make trouble for the domain lord of this city. After all, it would indeed be a bad reputation for me to get into trouble wherever I went. But due to certain reasons, I ended up making trouble for her in the end. Fine then, she was the one who made trouble for me, even though she didn't do it on purpose. Since I had been marked with that mysterious symbol, rather than wasting time with those small fries, it was naturally the best choice to directly attack the root of the problem. I had originally intended to have a good fight against the Void Devourer, but then I heard some new information. I was rather glad that I had been either in seclusion or in the wilderness outside the city for the past few days. Otherwise, if I really did meet that Void Devourer, it would have been quite difficult to deal with it, especially since Cassio was right next to me. No matter if I had a joyous reunion on Mount Brokeback, or if I had a chance to kill him, that would have been a wonderful scene. When I learned that the Void Devourer was more than 400 meters tall and had the appearance of a large, ball-shaped mouth, I was even more impressed with his methods. I felt that his tastes were becoming more and more extreme. Perhaps others could say that she was the lucky Didina for being able to raise this Void Devourer from a small larva into such a gigantic monster. However, I was becoming more and more interested in this incredibly humble succubus. TSK, your real girlfriend is right next to you, and you're saying that you're interested in other women? You're just as super scumbag as that subordinate of yours. You know that's not what I'm interested in. Also, don't compare me to that guy. I'm afraid that I'll get killed if I go out. The silly cat and Marguerite had already gone through all the treasure troves of this city, Lord's castle. Adam and I were in charge of watching over this succubus. However, seeing how obedient she was, I was even beginning to suspect that there was no need for us to watch over her. Still, there were some things that I had to ask. That was the part that piqued my interest. Didina, how old are you this year? Little Red, who was eavesdropping on me, had an expression of astonishment. The silly cat's retort came just as expected. You get 0 points for this pickup line. Shut up. You know that's not what I meant. Normally speaking, the stronger creature was, the slower it would be for them to grow up. Dwarves and elves would need at least 100 years to reach adulthood. I didn't know how many years it would take for a Void Devourer to reach adulthood, but based on the rumors and the rarity of Void Devourers, it was likely that this succubus was even older than Harloise. It would have been understandable if it had been any other demon. However, succubi were a species that lacked combat strength to begin with. Many demons only evolved into succubi for temporary use. It was quite rare to see a succubus with such a long lifespan. Perhaps in other places, age did not mean strength. However, in the Chaos Abyss, living for so long was proof of one's strength. A combination of an ancient and a succubus. You've really piqued my interest. Perhaps you can tell me how you managed to survive in the abyss before your Void Devourer matured. You really like to joke. As a succubus, is there a third way to survive other than relying on the strong? This ancient succubus was at a perfect distance from me. She smiled in a friendly manner without trying to flatter me. I had a good impression of her at first glance. If it wasn't for her natural personality, it was likely that she had seen through my likes and dislikes. If this was also a type of charm ability, it was likely that she had already reached the legend rank. I chuckled and didn't pursue the matter. There was no need to take such an old woman's word seriously. I didn't believe that she would be able to solve the problem with just a few sentences. In that case, perhaps we can discuss some business. You can probably tell that we're not locals of the Chaos Abyss. I already had such a thought for a long time. If I were to travel to another place, it would save me a lot of trouble if I had a local. At the very least, I wouldn't be randomly tricked or walk into a dead end, especially when this world was so dangerous that there were death traps everywhere. Every time I found a teleportation portal, I would have to fight a boss. This was no different from a bandit trying to rob someone. We needed a local of the Chaos Abyss to be our guide. The smarter and more experienced one was the better. Old people would always know many secrets. Perhaps this information would have been known by everyone several thousand years ago, such as a certain domain lord's personality or special abilities. But in the current era, this would be top secret information that no amount of money could buy. Who knew when this information would be of great use? As for how to make her obediently listen to me, there were many other methods. She was a succubus who was used to relying on the strong. She would be much easier to get along with than other demon species. Then, have you heard of Arroyo? Please be careful with your answer. Perhaps a lie will be useful to me. But if I underestimate your value because of this, do you know who'll be the unlucky one? I was just spouting nonsense. However, in the world of demons, individuals with no value would have no reason to live. In her ears, this was probably a direct threat of death. Dedina still didn't understand my personality, so she probably wouldn't be so foolish as to spout nonsense at a time like this. Dedina paused in surprise for a moment and then thought about it. She closed her eyes as if searching for this name in her memory. Wait a moment. The moment that my right hand touched the hilt of my sword, she instantly remembered. It's best not to directly address such existences by their names. If you must address them by their names, please refer to Her Highness as Eagle of Light. I chuckled. It would seem that Dedina was truly an ancient artifact. Perhaps she was even as old as Harloise. If you keep saying the word old, or comparing me to her, Harloise was quite sensitive about this. However, she couldn't think of anything that could threaten me. Ha! I was already undefeatable in the world. I'll send a clone to bring Bayfeng back. I was wrong. Please don't. TSK, this was such a headache. Weren't you afraid that your clone wouldn't be able to return? I'm not afraid. I'll just find a place to transform into my human form. Now, my clone can transform into a human form as well. It would seem that Harloise's transformation and cloning abilities had been strengthened even further after reaching the myth rank. Isn't this like a ninja technique, shadow clone technique? Cloning technique? Of course it's possible. Right now, I only need one afternoon to finish reading an entire library's worth of books by myself. I can even do large-scale experiments by myself without an assistant. Aren't you jealous? TSK, that's not what I'm jealous of. What you're jealous of isn't the ability to cosplay shadow clone technique, but the ability to cosplay harem. Cough, cough. What nonsense are you saying? What would a gentleman like me be thinking? System, you're actually thinking in such a way? You're so dirty. TSK, keep pretending. I'm not talking about that. What were you so excited about just now? I pretended not to hear anything and focused my attention elsewhere. When I urgently contacted Adam and the others to attack the city, Lord's castle, the young adventurers also came over. Youngsters of the Silversworn Avengers, what do you intend to do next? This strange adventuring team name was the name of Cassio's adventuring team. As for why they named themselves this adventuring team and what they wanted to avenge, since the person who named them had already died, it was probably impossible to know. Next, we were about to venture deeper into the chaos abyss. Nobody would know what sort of enemies we would meet. At that time, we might not even have the ability to take care of them, although we could directly toss them into a bug-like world to save them if we were forced into a corner. The difference in power between us and our enemies would make it impossible for us to save them. Can I follow you? I desire to be able to follow you in search of the true path of salvation. Ivla was the first to express her opinion. However, this was to be expected. The awakening of the daybreak holy sword had shocked and injured her, but it had also caused a subtle change in the very source of her power. As a former holy knight and fallen angel who had lost her faith, chasing after the light had probably become an instinct for her. I didn't express my opinion. Instead, I looked at the others. I'm going to report to my master. However, my master has instructed that if you have any need, I shall be at your service. The bearded dwarf priest had an expression of a martyr's honor, as if he was already mentally prepared to enter hell. I'm going back. The elf mage Yurtla had a resolute expression. I'm going to be together with my tribe, even if we're about to face destruction. Yurtla lowered his hood. His expression of resolution made him seem even more like a martyr than the dwarf priest. Yep, you can go ask that succubus over there. There's a teleportation portal nearby that connects to the mortal plane. Our team does indeed need a holy job class member, but you're far from enough. Tell Baena that if she or anyone else has a suitable person, send one to us. I casually said this. Right now, it seemed like I was the only healer in our team. This was indeed quite displeasing, but if I hoped that this dwarf priest would participate in our battle, that would be the same as throwing his life away. Cassio, I'll follow you. It was a simple answer that expressed my attitude. I nodded. Since he was an old acquaintance, there was no need for me to ask too much. It seemed that he didn't want to return to the surface yet. I seemed to have forgotten that I hadn't told him that Beifong had come to the Chaos Abyss. Forget it, we probably wouldn't meet. Our current team was made up of powerful combat job classes. We indeed lacked hunters, droll, thieves, and other survival job classes that were highly skilled in wilderness survival and information gathering. With Cassio following us, our wilderness tracking and anti-tracking abilities wouldn't seem so amateurish. All right, let's do this then. Cassio, I'll say this first. If we meet an overly powerful opponent, I want you to go to that world to take refuge. You must listen to me obediently. There's no room for negotiation. The two of them silently nodded, indicating that they would obey. Now then, what's next is the most important matter. I intentionally increased my voice to attract everyone's attention. I, Roland Mist, shall give our new adventuring team a resounding name. Please don't. I don't want to be laughed at anymore. Has your name ever been normal? Adam instantly covered his mouth, and Little Red pressed down on my head as if she was afraid that I would say something. What did she mean by having a normal name? The mercenary group I named myself was currently one of the top mercenary groups in the entire world. Their honest, trustworthy, and secretive mercenary spirit had already spread throughout the entire mercenary world. Are you certain that this gentlemanly spirit has anything to do with the word gentleman that I named myself? How could it have nothing to do with me? At the very least, it's the exact same word. Humph, you guys didn't want me to name myself, but I wanted to. I even had to secretly register myself and advertise on the fairy's daily newspaper. Yep, what should I name myself? Right, the roasted abyss octopus feet that I ate yesterday were really delicious. How about I call myself Abyss Roasted Fishball, Tentacle Alliance, the Eight-Legged Tribe, the Mollusk Happy Squadron? Just as I was thinking of something, Harlowe suddenly sent me a message that interrupted my thoughts. Roland, come over here for a moment. There's something here that I really care about. Chapter 617. While Roland and his companions began their new journey in the Chaos Abyss, the mortal plane was in a complete uproar. The Elven Empire is officially established? Have the elves gone insane? While many human kingdoms were waiting to see the elves make a fool of themselves, a piece of news shocked them greatly. The elves announced that they were establishing a new kingdom of the elves. Not only that, it was going to be the Elven Empire from the elves' memories. The Elven Empire of St. Hien, the moon elf Queen Aphina has been promoted to Elven Empress Aphina I. The coronation ceremony will be held in 1 week. The entire Elven god faction will be worshipped by the former silver elf war god Sonia. The capital will be the Moonwheel capital. 27 Elven royal families will swear allegiance to the Moon Elves, including the Moon Elves, Silver Elves, Wood Elves, and Night Elves. That's right. All 4 major high elves have been established. Previously, Aphina had also announced that she was establishing an elven empire. However, there were far too many elven royalty and tribes that refused to submit to the moon elves' rule. This directly caused internal strife among the elves. It could be said that her title of Empress was meaningless. This time, the official announcement even included the emblems of the 4 major High Elves, as well as several hundred different elven families. If the High Elves submitted to the new elven empire, ordinary elves would naturally be unable to oppose it. It was as if the elven empire that had been destroyed for tens of thousands of years had suddenly crawled out of its grave. But soon, the problem with the announcement was revealed to everyone. Not mentioning anything else, the original Night Elves had already transformed into Dark Elves. And after Rose's downfall, most Dark Elves should have formed inextricable connections with the Mega Mist Alliance in the Northlands. Why would they appear in this announcement? The emblems of the Night Elves in the announcement were all real. However, heraldry experts and historians discovered that these emblems belonged to families that had already been destroyed in history. Some had been destroyed due to elven internal strife, while others had been completely destroyed because they refused to follow Rose. Perhaps some of these families still existed, but it would be impossible for them to form a family. According to the news, there were indeed dark-skinned elves going in and out of the Moonwheel capital. It seemed that the Moon Elves had long since prepared for this. No matter if these Night Elf nobles were Dark Elves from the underground or the descendants of the Night Elves who refused to follow Rose back in the day, from a legal standpoint, this barely made sense. A single person could count as a family. The Moon Elves and Silver Elves were all real. As for the Wood Elves, when considering the fact that the Wood Elves were scattered all over the mountains and forests, it was completely understandable that the Wood Elves would be willing to support the Moon Elves. In that case, from a legal standpoint, the Elven Empire seemed to meet the requirements. Everyone had the same opinion of them. This is to satisfy your craving before you die. Some people said that the elves were gathering all of their power to form a defensive line at the Moonwheel capital in order to fight to the death. However, anyone who studied the records of previous demon waves would know that this was all nonsense. Even the entire elven species combined might not be able to match up to a single human mega-empire. How could the elves possibly stop a demon wave that was capable of destroying a mega-empire? Even if the Elven Empire was revived and all elves were responsible for protecting their own empire, not to mention how much the current generation of elves still identified with the Elven Empire, it was quite obvious that it wouldn't be a good idea to drag elves into a fire pit. The Moon Elves seemed to have completed their dream and truly became the elven royalty, unifying all the elves. However, some elves couldn't bear to watch this any longer. How laughable. Instead of thinking about how to survive in the face of such a calamity, you're doing such unrealistic things. Just this alone makes it impossible for us to admit that the Moon Elves are superior to us. The ones with the most intense reactions weren't the underground Dark Elves, nor were they the Grey Elves that had merged with the Mist Alliance. Instead, it was the Silver Elves that nobody expected. The Silver Elves who had the most intense reactions refused to acknowledge the existence of the Elven Empress and the Elven Empire. In fact, they even announced that they were still at war with the Moon Elf Kingdom. The wild elf villages and communities that had the most intense reactions were the wild elves' villages and communities. Their bloodlines were impure and impure. The superior elves didn't care about them to begin with, nor did they care about the superior elves and purebred elves' inheritance from the Elven Empire. The wild elves had long since taken root in various lands, and they were quite disgusted with the Elven Empire and Elven Empress, who had mysteriously become their nominal masters. Surprisingly, for the first few days, the Northlands Mist Alliance, which was supposed to speak up, remained silent. Actually, the Northlands Mist Alliance was the one with the most authority to speak up. The Northlands already had Grey Blood Elves, formerly Moon Elves, Pure Moon Elves. 3 Northlands elf kingdoms had already joined the Mist Alliance. Wood Elves, Kelly's tribe had already moved to the Northlands for several years, and the great majority of Dark Elves. Imperceptibly, the Northlands Mist Alliance now had more than half superior elves. The most inconceivable part was that, unlike the Moonwheel Elven Empire, which had endless internal strife, these superior elves were actually able to coexist peacefully. There were even examples of intermarriage and half-blood elves. Unlike the elven tradition of treating half-blood elves as bastards and demoting them to wild elves, the Northland's elves didn't view half-blood elves and half-elves with enmity. In fact, the Northland's government intentionally encouraged the birth of even more half-blood elves. This unconventional behavior of the Northland's elves helped the ordinary inferior elves and wild elves gain a good impression of the Northland's elves. Above the high-level elves were the Mist Kingdom's legendary wood elf teacher Kelly, the first desecration priestess Victoria, the moon general Diana, the dove of peace queen Swanna, the gray elves despair guards, Sulphur Mountain City's town security, anti-holy knight, and desecration priests. These Northland's elves were now famous throughout the entire world. Sometimes a great reputation would be even more important than actual combat strength, especially when it came to the so-called orthodoxy. Perhaps with the Mist Alliance's overall support, the newest magical engineering technology, the support of half-blood elves and half-elves, law knight, anti-holy knight, desecration priests for elemental swordcasters, and other powerful combat job classes that kept up with the times, the Northland's elves' power was no weaker than the full moon elven empire. Perhaps the only part where the Northland's elves couldn't compare to the full moon elves was that they didn't have the support of the elven gods. But when considering that the Northland's elves were supported by the Hades gods, the Northland's elves would still have a stronger backer. All they need is a title! But before the Northland's elves even said anything, this title came by itself. Some of the younger Silver Elf families understood the current political situation and unhesitatingly chose to head north. Not only did the human kingdoms along the way not stop them, they even sent out night squadrons and armies to escort them, as if they were afraid that the full moon elves would try to stop them. And so, the ball was now in the Northland's Mist Alliance. More accurately speaking, it was in the hands of the Northland's elves higher-ups, as well as, Renee, Shueti, and so on. Silver elves, gray blood elves, moon elves, wood elves, and dark elves. Fine, then. This meant that the 4 superior elves were all here. There were also large numbers of half-blood elves, wild elves, and half-elves supporting them. Since the full moon capital was able to call itself an elven royal family, the Northland's elves could also call themselves an elven royal family. The 4 superior elves who supported the Northland's elves had even more complete inheritances, and there were even more elven nobility. The news that a second elven empire was about to become a new member of the Mist Alliance spread throughout the entire Northlands. Some people were already saying that the Mist Alliance's oldest wood elf, Kelly, would wear the crown and become the new elven empress. The dark elf Victoria would become the head priestess and head priest. The gray elf Diana would become the grand marshal of the military, and the gray blood elf Swanna, currently a banshee, would become the prime minister. Considering that most of the rumors were spread by the dark elves and gray blood elves, the truth and credibility of these rumors were quite high. Also, from another perspective, this reflected the Northland's elves' desire. They also desired a complete elven empire. Yet, at this critical moment, the Northland's government remained abnormally silent. The Northland's leaders didn't know anything at all. They acted like they were natural idiots who had just started playing politics. The Northland's government's stupidity made all the countries and leaders anxious. Every day, envoys and ambassadors from various countries started blocking the Mist Alliance government's door. Actually, that was because the Northland's government wasn't in a hurry. Renee and the others couldn't sleep at night anymore. They kept having meetings to discuss the situation, but were still unable to come up with a final plan. And they were still unable to contact the person who could truly make a decision that everyone else would believe in. Even worse, that person had the noblest elven bloodline in the entire world by her side. In terms of the elven empire's name, no one else was more deserving of the title than her. Previously, she had been dead, so she didn't seem to count as a member of the elves anymore. But now, she was indeed a living elf who should be responsible for the fate of her people. Gold elf Princess Harloise, the final ruler of the Elven Empire, and the ruler of all elves in name. All intelligence agencies and organizations are to take action and spread rumors as a cover. The truth that she's alive absolutely cannot be leaked, at least not until Roland makes a decision. Chapter 618. Holy Light, Ice, Death, and Law. Any one of these 4 major domains would require a wise individual's entire lifetime's worth of effort. Everyone's natural talents were biased. So-called all-round geniuses would mostly be average in all aspects. The more profound the knowledge, the more time would be needed to accumulate and explore. Perhaps long-lived species could use their long lifespans to overcome this problem, but short-lived species didn't have such a luxury. For Roland, his ability growth was quite unique. He had reached the peak in all 4 of his abilities. Although it seemed like he was breaking this basic rule, he actually didn't have to pay much attention to them at all. For Roland, rather than viewing these domains as a type of power and knowledge, it would be better to view them as philosophies of life. His belief in holy light had been initiated by Estrada. Roland practiced the path of protection passed down through generations of holy night. Coupled with holy light's favor, Roland was able to reach the peak step by step. But judging from how he upgraded the path of holy light to the path of salvation, it was as if he was using theology and philosophy to research holy light. He wasn't like other holy light job class members who only researched holy light and its usage. Roland hadn't researched any divine arts specifically for high-level priests or holy knight. This was the most obvious proof. In terms of holy light usage, techniques, and high-level divine arts, not to mention other semi-god knight and priests, Roland might not even be able to compare to a legend-ranked holy knight who had bitterly trained in holy light. There was no need to even mention law. This was the result of Roland's 2 lifetimes accumulation and pursuit. It was more about his understanding of life and the rules. Roland was a pioneer, but he wasn't a dedicated researcher. He hoped that law would be able to change the world, but he had no interest in researching the usage of the power of law. The great majority of new law incantations in the world were pioneered by other law job class members. Roland himself didn't even know any. Since he was becoming less and less interested in using the power of law, he was using the power of law less and less often in battle. The power of ice was also in the same situation. Out of all the powers, ice was probably the one with the worst control. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to gather all 4 elements and had the system cheat all the way, he probably wouldn't have been able to reach this stage. Just his understanding of ice magic was what he had learned over the years. Compared to ordinary ice mages, he was probably quite good. However, compared to true mages, he could only be considered an apprentice. The amount of ice magic that he knew right now couldn't even compare to a legend-ranked ice mage who had been trained in ice magic. A truly strong person would reach the peak step by step. Spellcasters would definitely have a huge accumulation of spells. They would obtain the principles and knowledge of low-level spells by analyzing the models of low-level spells. They would then master mid-level and high-level spells step by step. Only when they reached the peak and reached the bottleneck would they begin researching their own specialized spells. Someone like Roland, who grasped the essence and principles but was unable to apply them, would not be able to turn his power into actual combat ability. Being a mage that was skilled in thousands of different spells wasn't just a gimmick. Roland, who only knew Ice Arrows, Blizzard, and Ice Aeon, was the least qualified ice mage in the world. That was why he would always forget to use his spells as he fought. In the end, he would return to melee combat, which he was the most skilled at. When people were panicking, they would naturally rely on and trust the things they were most familiar with. This meant that Roland had probably invested far more into his swordsmanship than his ice magic. At the very least, he trusted his own swords more than his ice magic. The only ice-type forbidden spell that he could use apart from the system's assistance, Ice Aeon, was even more of the knowledge he had accumulated over 2 lives, as well as his understanding of death and destruction. Ice Aeon was the crystallization of his Lich body and his 3 lives of reincarnation. That's right, the spell that Roland had truly invested a tremendous amount of time and energy into, as well as the fact that he was naturally talented in this area, was death. That period of time was when Roland had discovered the truth about his former country. He had fallen into a desperate situation and had gone insane. It was also when he desired power the most in his entire life. The weakness of smart people was that they loved to slack off, and that they would always overthink things and miss opportunities. During that period of time, Roland greatly desired the power to take revenge. He was willing to go all out and directly uncover the secrets of the soul. The only undead emperor in the past 1,000 years, the pinnacle of soul studies, and the creator of the undead structure. These titles from the undead and mages were perhaps the best evidence of Roland's level in the field of death. At the very least, when it came to researching the essence of the soul, Roland was already at the peak of the multiverse. In fact, the reason why he was able to control other types of power was because of his understanding of his own soul. He was now able to transform his beliefs and emotions into actual power. His experience of bathing in the river Styx, as well as his memories of entering death and the cycle of reincarnation multiple times, allowed his understanding of the essence of death to surpass that of any other existence in the world. In fact, it even surpassed Achi, the creator of death. Roland's true research results had yet to appear in front of the world. And what was truly enough for Roland to leave a mark in Achi's history wasn't his frightening creations like the 7 original sins. After all, the previous undead emperors had even more frightening undead creations. The 7 original sins themselves were nothing more than a byproduct of Roland's research on the soul and his pursuit of power. He broke through the boundaries between life and death. That's right, this was Roland's greatest achievement. Before Roland, death was death. No matter if one entered the river Styx or the cycle of reincarnation, everything would be over. Nobody would ever be able to truly be revived. The moment that Lisa fell into the river Styx, she had already died. Even if Roland pulled her out of the river Styx and gave her a new life, she would be a completely different person. You could even say that she had been Lisa in her previous life. You could become an undead, a god's envoy, or an angel. However, all of these were different methods of extending your life. The living would still be the living, and the dead would still be the dead. Nobody would be able to break through this boundary. No matter if it was the undead emperors, the nature gods, or even the creator goddesses and main gods. None of them were able to break through the boundaries between life and death. Only Roland was able to do research that nobody else dared to even think about, and he even succeeded. Perhaps this was because, at his core, he was still the same crazy Lich that had no limits. However, such an achievement wasn't something that would allow him to reach the heavens in a single bound. Nor was it possible for him to reach the heavens in a single bound. Roland's research path had an obvious path. Even when researching undead creations, the 7 original sins used their own bodies as research materials. They dissected the soul's intrinsic nature, desires, emotions, and other soul characteristics. As the 7 original sins were all gathered, Roland's understanding of the soul's intrinsic nature surpassed all other existences. After all, nobody else would be insane enough to dissect a part of their own soul and toss it into other undead creations to cultivate, and then observe the changes in the soul's intrinsic nature. If it wasn't for the fact that Roland was known as the Undying, this would be no different from suicide. His experience in the river Styx allowed him to personally come into contact with the living and the undead for the first time in his entire life. No one else would be able to enter the river Styx or the cycle of reincarnation. Roland used his previous understanding of the soul's intrinsic nature to unravel the foundational difference between the living and the undead. I now had a crack in the mysteries of life and death. However, there were some things that would be impossible to accomplish even if I knew the principles behind them. I didn't intend to break through the limits of life and death. According to my calculations, that would require a tremendous amount of energy and tremendous losses. Actually, this research result was nothing more than a byproduct of his research on creation and creation. It was an exploration of the intrinsic nature of life. He had no intentions of reviving anyone. In the Northlands, during the incident that caused angels to fall, Roland successfully created life. However, he didn't create a soul. He only proved that the extremity of the power of light was darkness, and that the chaos of death and the order of holy light could actually be combined to create life. This was enough for him to become the god of holy light's mortal enemy. The final result of his research on creation and creation was in the mortal plane of Hades. Let's not talk about that for now. But since it was possible to create physical bodies, then wouldn't it be possible to create a complete individual life with the addition of a soul? Unlike those alchemy puppets and living creations, this would be a true living being. The creator goddess's authority, no, the creator goddess's ability to create things was limited. After they created things, they could only allow their species to spread and evolve. This was creating an individual from scratch. Perhaps this was a glory that far surpassed the creator goddesses. Even Roland was tempted by such a great opportunity. And so, when Ale cut off the connection between the earth elemental plane and the mortal plane, when all high-level existences couldn't even look at him, Roland grit his teeth and performed a final experiment. Roland used Harloise as his experimental subject. He burned the soul of the divine sin's Shadow and poured the essence of his soul into Harloise in an attempt to make up for Shadow's flaws as an undead and transform her from an undead into an undead. The result? Everyone should know the result now. Harloise came back to life. Although she still had some undead characteristics, she indeed came back to life. Her soul and physical body fused together. From now on, she no longer needed hatred to control her soul. She could reproduce and become infinitely stronger, but this was meaningless. Roland had never hoped that the silly cat would become capable of fighting. Did Roland succeed? That might not be the case, although he succeeded this time, which meant that Roland's research and revival rituals were correct. He had used an incredibly rare and powerful divine sin's soul to revive Harloise. A life in exchange for a life would require a tremendous amount of energy. This sort of revival technique had no practical meaning at all. Of course, many theoretical research results wouldn't have any practical meaning at first. They could only be placed in a laboratory for show. But as other technologies were developed and industry improved, these results would become more and more practical. In the past 2 years, due to some other objective factors, technology from the Halettim generation, Roland had developed 2 applications for this technology. As long as he used them, they would be more than enough for him to win the Medal of Truth and obtain the title of the most outstanding undead mage in the past 10,000 years. But when considering the social impact that announcing these technologies would have, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as a world revolution, Roland obediently locked this technology away in his treasury. As a magical pet, Harloi's soul connection allowed her to observe things in great detail. This was the main reason why Roland had chosen Harlois as his experimental subject. At the very least, back in the day, Roland would never have imagined what it would mean for the silly cat to be the only gold elf alive in the world. The dead have no human rights, but the living are different. The gold elves, the royalty of the elves, had already been extinct for countless years. Even if Harlois still existed in the world as an undead, she had already lost her status as an elf. How could any elf possibly recognize her? But if she was alive, wouldn't that mean that she would regain her status as the Elven Empress? At the very least, the elves' laws didn't mention this. But as long as the rightful successor of the Elven throne was still alive, the elves who wanted to rebel against the Gold Elf Empress would feel uncomfortable, and the elves would have other choices. Since the elves were in trouble, and the current elven gods were unable to guide the elves to a better life, the elves would naturally think of their past leader. This was something that someone, or perhaps it should be said, that a god saw through. The god of wisdom, Calamandes, as a half-elf who had lived in the Gold Elf generation, old Calamandas was quite nostalgic. For a long period of time he had protected Harloise, at the very least preventing her from mysteriously dying because of the elven gods. During the Battle of the Hades, Calamanda's true body descended. Although he didn't actually do anything, and instead he was actually flirting with the Hades, it was impossible for a main god who paid close attention to Harloise to not notice that she had changed. After this, Roland and Calamandas had a secret discussion. Roland knew that he had unknowingly caused a major problem. You absolutely can't tell anyone. Otherwise, the elven gods will do everything in their power to kill her. She's currently connected to your soul. If you don't die, she won't die. In that case, the elven gods will definitely do everything in their power to kill you. And if you don't want to be hunted down by countless gods, don't tell anyone that you have the ability to revive. Roland didn't care about Calamanda's warning at all. He knew that even if Harloise didn't come out to cause trouble, just the fact that she was the rightful successor to the Elven Empire and her bloodline status would be enough for the elven gods to hunt her down. In fact, Roland didn't even remind Harloise about this. Or perhaps Harloise had tacitly forgotten about the possible consequences of her revival. Death would be the end of everything. However, the living would have to bear responsibility, and this would be quite a heavy burden. Dealing with traitors, elven internal conflicts, reuniting the elven species and the elven gods, and leading the entire elven species. Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. Roland was afraid of trouble, so he chose to let all of this be forgotten in history. Even if Harloise intends to re-establish the Elven Empire, that'll be the equivalent of opposing the Moon Elves. Right now, the elves are still living quite well, since they can eat their fill. Who would be so bored as to rebel against her and restore the Elven Empire? Since it's impossible to do, then I won't say anything. However, some things couldn't be avoided just because one wanted to. Thanks to the ironic fate's hands, Roland had created a major problem for himself. Some problems, some responsibilities would have to be faced sooner or later. Perhaps Roland's team had lost contact with the mortal plane in the Chaos Abyss. But soon, through the fairies' communication network, the inevitable decision had to be made. The Elven Empire created by the 4 superior elves and the ancient Elven Empire created by the Gold Elves and the 4 superior elves. The former is still in the midst of an Armageddon crisis, while the latter has the Elven Empire's inheritance and a safe backer. Is there even a need to say which one will be more likely to become the rightful royalty in the eyes of the elves? Chapter 619. The most favored and favored child of the mother goddess, the elves. If the creator goddess herself favored the elves, then the elves would doubtlessly be the most favored child. Beautiful appearances, long lifespans, powerful and favored natural talents, the possibility of dual cultivation in magic and martial arts, and the extraordinary potential of the superior elves and royal elves. All of this was the favor of the creator goddess. And this favor also created a unique elven culture. The elves' natural talents in combat and long lifespans allowed them to reach the peak of the multiverse in terms of magic and martial arts. The elves also created a society with a strict hierarchy and a strict division of labor. Their natural beauty, coupled with their sensitivity and relentless pursuit of beautiful things, caused their art, music, literature to reach the point of extravagance and waste. This also allowed them to have a long history of their racial culture, which allowed them to survive the long ice age without falling apart. The elves were the most favored child of the creator goddess. This was a truth that no living creature could deny. No civilization had as long a history as the elves. The oldest gold elves were the gold citizens born alongside the first immemorial dragons and demons. It could be said that they were born at the very beginning of creation. In the elves' history, they had fought against the great demons and exchanged technology with the Halettum generation. They had even taught ancient and modern humans what magic was. The elves' glory was far, far too long. Don't discuss history and art in front of the elves, just like don't brag about your courage in front of the beast men. This ancient saying explained many things. The Holy War was cruel. Other ruling species lost their status as main characters and would often disappear in history, such as the Great Demon Empire, the Halectum generation, the Dwarven Empire, and the Undead Republic. However, the elves who had experienced multiple holy wars only gradually retreated from history. This wasn't only because of the creator-goddess favor and the potential of their species. It was also because the elves were quite skilled at interacting with other species. In many crucial moments in history, they stood on the side of the victors. The Undead Republic, the Halectum generation, and the modern human mage country had all received the elves' favor in some way. Under the guidance of the Gold Elves, the Elven Empire had always been inexplicably friendly to all new species apart from the great demons. But perhaps it was precisely because of this rather weak way of doing things that the Gold Elves were gradually opposed by the superior elves who desired greater glory and eternal life. Why do we have to lower our heads to those lowly monkeys? Why do we have to move to the forests and mountains? Why can't we just eliminate those inferior races? As time passed and the elemental tide came and went, the Gold Elves, just like the other ancient races, entered their final stages. The decrease in elemental power caused the fertility rate of the Gold Elves, an ancient race, to gradually decrease. During the last generation, the birth of every Gold Elf was enough for the Empire to hold the grandest celebration ceremony. On the other hand, the Holy Wars and other species wars had caused the death of many top-level Gold Elf undying individuals. Their mental decline caused the elves of the older generation to fall into eternal slumber. The younger generation was lacking, so the other inferior and superior elves naturally began to occupy the upper echelons of society. Doesn't it look familiar? Indeed, the current Moon Elf and Silver Elf society was facing the same problem. Now that the lower species' numbers and quality had increased, it was only natural that they disliked the higher species that were becoming weaker and weaker. This had nothing to do with the higher species making foolish decisions. It was simply because society was changing and the power balance of all social classes had been rebalanced. The new mainstream social class had chosen a new representative, just like how a change in productivity would result in a change in society in a magical world. A change in the upper echelons' combat strength and strategic leaders would naturally result in a change in society. Or perhaps it could be said that the entire society was calling for change. At this time, no matter what the Gold Elves did, it would always be wrong. And so, the superior elves who held the banner of freedom collectively rebelled. This great rebellion wasn't just a matter of the mortal plane. The elven gods' great reshuffling of power was the key. The final result was the complete destruction of the Gold Elves. The gods and mortals all died. Only Harloise was able to reawaken several hundred years later, but everything had changed. However, the Gold Elves who had ruled over the elves for countless years were obviously intelligent. Even if they absolutely had to delegate power, the Gold Elves handed over the most important military, religious, and diplomatic matters to different superior elves. Although this political structure caused the superior elves to form their own factions, it also caused them to restrict each other. And this also caused the future destruction of the Gold Elves. After the Gold Elves, the most powerful existence among the Gold Elves, collapsed, the four superior elves, who were about the same level of power, faced the biggest headache of all. The difference in power between the four superior elves wasn't that great, and none of them were willing to become subordinates. However, it would be far too foolish to immediately draw their swords against the Gold Elves. That was why the Gold Elves' parliament system and the Senate system became their only choices. The result? The elven tribes and the kingdom of the elves were the best evidence of this. Some things only needed to be seen in the end. The elves went from prosperity to decline. The turning point was the collapse of the Elven Empire. Without the Gold Elves as a stabilizing force, everything began to go out of control. The Dark Elves and Rose were exiled from the Elven Empire as losers. The Wood Elves and the Droll Alliance left the Elven Empire and joined the neutral nature faction. The other superior elves fought against the Wood Elves, and the Moon Elves broke off relations with the Silver Elves. If the Gold Elves were still around, none of this would have happened. When the Gold Elves defeated the Gold Elves, the superior elves and the elven gods became extremely arrogant after tasting the joy of victory and power. They all believed that they could replace the weak and corrupt Gold Elves and lead the elves to a better future. And then the superior elves, who had different natures to begin with, began to interfere in each other's domains. The constant friction finally escalated into a civil war, which was followed by a holy war that forced the Elven Empire to revert to a tribal system. Very few species could compare to the superior elves in terms of speed of squandering. Of course, the superior elves themselves would never admit that everything was the fault of others, the fault of the world, the Gold Elf scheme. Although the Gold Elves were partially responsible for all of this, it was still quite pitiful for the superior elves to be dug up and implicated even after death. Everyone was quite happy when the superior elves split off from the Elven Empire. However, as the superior elves became more and more difficult, it was only natural that some would reminisce about the old Elven Empire. As the entire species was surpassed by humans and other short-lived monkeys, the superior elves became more and more marginalized. The superior elves' lives became more and more difficult, and they began to reminisce about the Elven Empire. As more and more difficult times accumulated, more and more superior elves reminisced about their past glory. Some ancient existences felt that this was quite the irony of fate, and now the superior elves had once again reached a turning point in their fate. The Moon Elves had officially established a new Elven Empire. This could be said to have fulfilled their long-cherished wish. And now, this long-cherished wish was indeed quite meaningful. First of all, the Moonwheel capital was nominally ruling over all the Elven Empire. In that case, if the Moonwheel capital was threatened, wouldn't all the powerful elves be responsible for saving the Moonwheel capital? And if someone escaped from the Moonwheel capital at such a time, wouldn't that person be called a deserter, a shameless traitor to the Moonwheel capital? The answer would definitely be yes. There would always be old-fashioned and dogmatic elves among the elves. The Moon Elves still hadn't given up hope. They desired even the slightest shred of hope. Every day, countless reinforcements would arrive at the Moonwheel capital from all over the world. There would be Wood Elf droll and rangers who walked out of the forest. There would also be half-elf and human mercenaries who admired the Elven Empire's culture. There would also be young warriors who desired glory and achievements. Perhaps there's a mistake in the information. Perhaps the demon wave isn't as hopeless as recorded in history. Perhaps we still have reinforcements. We have the God's blessing. We'll be able to survive this demon wave. We'll be able to survive this calamity. Perhaps this type of luck seemed quite foolish. But if one thought about it from the Moon Elves' perspective, what would happen if there was an incredibly accurate prophecy that an island country on Earth would sink into the ocean in 10 days? Since there were too many Moon Elves and too little time, there wouldn't be enough time to escape. And even if the Moon Elves escaped to other countries and were kindly accepted as refugees, the Moon Elves' country would be completely destroyed. Even their homeland would be gone. Would the Moon Elves still exist? And even if the Moon Elves still existed, would they still be free? And if the Moon Elves were surrounded by enemies on all sides, and the Moon Elves were the most valuable slaves in the eyes of the humans, the actual situation would be even scarier than what the humans had predicted. If the Moon Elves truly escaped, with countless Moon Elves chaotically fleeing to other countries, wouldn't more than 10 human slave-hunting squads suddenly appear on the humans' borders? Would they rely on the human nobles' morals and shamelessness? To be honest, this was far too difficult a decision to make. But no matter how one looked at it, no matter what decision the Moon Elves made, it would be a scene of despair. If the Moon Elves decided to escape, that would be the equivalent of prematurely announcing the end of the Moon Elf Empire. The Elven calamity and human calamity that would follow would be a heavy historical responsibility that none of the Moon Elves would be able to shoulder. In the Moon Elves' eyes, This would be the equivalent of a slow death for the entire Moon Elf Empire. It would be far better for the Moon Elves to unite and face the Armageddon together. In fact, due to various wishful thinking, there were already rumors that the demon wave wouldn't appear in the Moonwheel capital. This was only a rumor spread by the humans in order to destroy the Moon Elf Empire. Actually, as these rumors spread, many people actually believed them. After all, people always liked to hear things that were beneficial to them. Now, the entire Moon Elf Empire was astonished by the Moon Elves. The Moon Elves actually didn't refute the rumors. This seemed like the Moon Elves' tacit agreement. The Moon Elves were actually pretending that everything was peaceful. The Moon Elves' attitude was quite clear. At the very least, I had rebuilt the Moon Elf Empire and left a mark in history. If I could survive this, I would have profited greatly. And if I could use righteousness to attract more reinforcements, perhaps the Moon Elves' chances of surviving this crisis would also greatly increase. But in the eyes of some, such wishful thinking was the most foolish of all. You had already fallen into a trap. So is it really fun to drag others down with you and die together? At such a time, the most rational thing to do would naturally be to shout, "Don't worry about me," and then obediently jump into the trap and die. Only then would the Moon Elves be able to preserve the Moon Elves' bones and blood. But there were many times, especially when one's life was threatened, when an intelligent creature's emotions would far surpass their rationality. Perhaps the Moon Elves who had split off from the Moon Elves had seen through all of this, which was why they had chosen to head north. But it seemed that it was already too late for them. Perhaps the Creator Goddess didn't want to see the Moon Elves completely destroyed, which was why she activated the invisible hand of fate to help the Moon Elves at such a critical moment. Roland, come here for a moment. I've discovered something that's quite interesting. I was also rather astonished to hear Harloise' exclamation. That was because our soul connection was a rare surprise and delight. What could possibly make someone as knowledgeable as Harloise so happy? I wasn't really looking forward to the succubus demon lord's treasure trove. That was because the succubus demon lords all had the habit of never leaving their true treasures in their own homes. Otherwise, their enemies would rob them, and they would lose both their lives and their wealth. Fine then, I admit that I had also dug up a bunch of treasure troves and drawn a bunch of real and fake treasure maps. As for my family's treasure trove, I would at least leave something behind so that others wouldn't be able to return empty-handed and kill others to vent their anger. After all, nobody could truly guard against thieves forever. I looked at Dedina in astonishment. I hadn't expected her to be so new. But, judging from the undisguised astonishment on her face, it seemed that she hadn't expected this either. I walked into the treasure trove and, as expected, saw a bunch of blinding gold coins. However, I didn't even need to appraise them. Those gold coins were either the dwarves' fantasy gold coins or the devil's cursed gold coins. Instead, Harloise and Marguerite were busying themselves with some tattered antique furniture amidst the golden light. Amidst the golden light, Harloise was constantly wiping a white oak classical dressing table with a wet towel. "Roland, this is my dressing table from back in the day." Harloise only showed it to me as if it was a treasure. Perhaps it was because she was too excited to see her own items from back in the day, but even her mental age seemed to have regressed. "You came looking for me just for such a small matter?" I said angrily. Yes. Even furniture from back in the day can be considered a mega antique. You've once again proven that you're as old as a fossil. Isn't that strange? Normally, the silly cat would have transformed into a flying cat and tried to bite me by now. But today, she seemed rather excited and strange. "Humph, I knew you wouldn't know what's good for you. Watch." Harloise stood in front of the dressing table's mirror. Even though she had transformed into her adult form, the image in the tattered mirror was that of a golden-haired young elf. She took a deep breath and lightly tapped the mirror with her finger, causing ripples to appear. Harloise touched her neck, and the girl in the mirror did the same. However, a golden sapphire necklace appeared. The next instant, an identical golden necklace appeared on Harloise's neck as well. Harloise playfully tapped her forehead, causing a small and cute golden crown to appear on her forehead. She reached out her hand and shook it in front of the mirror. No matter if it was inside or outside the mirror, a golden scepter appeared. Avis Ter, the Elven Emperor's will, and the final golden crown. 3 pieces of the gold elf royalties god equipment set. The lost proof of the Elven Emperor. Did Diana actually recognize this treasure that had long since disappeared in history? I reevaluated her age and value, but at this moment, I mysteriously felt that something was wrong with the situation, as if some super troublesome matter was currently bothering me. I should have been pleasantly surprised to see Harloise smiling so brightly. However, this series of coincidences caused me to mysteriously recall my previous conversation with Cadio, the former god of fate. Cadio, can you really control your own fate? Then, can you help me change my fate? I don't need any fortune. Just give me some luck with women, a slightly more normal woman. I think it's rather embarrassing. Can I pretend that I don't know you? Back then, the Hades had already been established. Cadio was in a rather good mood, so he even joked around with me. However, I really wasn't joking at the time. My adopted daughter was already so old that she was still an old virgin. This wouldn't just be embarrassing, it would be a tragedy. All I wanted was a normal girlfriend, a normal family, and 2 normal children. Was that too much? But then Cadio became serious. Since I was talking about fate, I needed to be serious. Change your fate? Perhaps it's possible for others, but it's impossible for you. Every individual is tied down by countless threads of karma. They shout that they're free from fate, but they don't know that that's also a part of fate. Every existence has their own fate. Some may live an ordinary life, while others may live a heroic life. But in the river of fate, there's no foundational difference. These are the threads of fate. They're determined at the moment of their birth. Cadio glanced at me playfully as I said this. It seemed that he was hinting at something. As the guardian of the Church of Fate and the River of Fate, I can cut and reconnect the threads of karma. But if I give an individual good luck, I naturally have to give them the same amount of bad luck. This is the most basic rule of fate. There's a limit to how much I can change my fate. I can observe other people's fate threads while I'm in the River of Fate, but I'll automatically forget them after I leave. I can't reveal any of them. No matter what changes I make, it's all a part of fate. I was delighted to hear this instead of being shocked. Fortune doesn't matter. Luck with women is enough. Perhaps this can count as changing fate. As for you, you weren't in the River of Fate to begin with. You can change the fate of those around you, but you don't have any good luck or bad luck. You should be unlucky, or you could even say that you have the worst luck. Even now, I could still remember how he looked at me with incomprehensible sympathy. I can connect other people's fate threads to you, but that's the same as challenging the most basic rule of the River of Fate. I'll toss karma into the void. In the end, not only will I be punished, my luck with women will definitely become a calamity with women. Then what's the use of you? The god of fate is actually so useless. And to think that you're a powerful god. You're so useless. At the time, I was so displeased that I even cursed him out loud. However, Cadio only chuckled at me. Yes, in front of the formless and invisible hand of fate, in front of the inevitable combination of countless coincidences, the god of fate is indeed quite useless. Even though he was clearly talking about his own helplessness, the god of fate seemed to be bragging about the greatness of fate. No matter how much I change or plan, I won't be able to resist fate's arrangements. Roland, let me give you a piece of advice. Perhaps you aren't in the River of Fate, but the people and things you're connected to are in the River of Fate. Unless you're willing to cut off all your connections, you'll never be able to escape. His playful smile caused my scalp to go numb. I once again confirmed that I hated scammers the most in the world. especially scammers who didn't finish their sentences. Right now, I felt my scalp go numb even more as I watched Harloise show off her treasures to others. Damn scammer, how did I get scammed this time? Chapter 620. Other people would pick up a system, a grandpa, or a mystical ring. Then they would cancel their engagement, slap themselves in the face, level up, and transform trash into geniuses. In the end, they would either fight to destroy the world or start a harem. How enviable! I meant speechless. As for me, if I picked up some kind of treasure, some kind of inexplicable good luck with women, my first reaction would be that the treasure was definitely a trap, and I needed to be careful. After good luck came double the bad luck, and I needed to be careful. Good luck with women that came knocking on my door was either a dinosaur, a peach blossom calamity, or a trap. Even worse, based on my many years of experience, I wasn't being paranoid at all. I was simply making predictions based on my own experience. My many years of experience with being tricked made my first reaction upon seeing this famous three-piece god equipment set. Throw it away, hurry up and throw it away. I just randomly picked up a three-piece god equipment set. Am I going to be unlucky for the next 100 years? Don't compare me to you. My luck has always been excellent. Harloise proudly adjusted the positions of the 3 god equipment sets. She even conjured an extravagant gold and white dress and a perfect adult body. She then began to dress herself up in front of a mirror. Is it beautiful? Harloise started spinning in front of me. The golden gemstones on her necklace emitted dreamy water vapor. The sparkling bubbles in the air reflected golden light. Together with the gold elf's perfect appearance and lifestyle, she was just like an elf princess from a fairy tale. She indeed had a pure, noble, and extravagant beauty that moved one's heart. She's indeed beautiful. She's the most beautiful I've ever seen. I wasn't an idiot. It was enough for me to tell the truth. I casually praised Harloise, but I kept feeling like some misfortune was about to befall me. Killing intent. As expected, there was killing intent. Who was ambushing me? Oh, it was Eliza. Were you glaring at me? Well, it didn't matter. I was already used to her words. Why was Eliza smiling? This smile doesn't feel right to me. Could it be that she's really determined to dismember me? Are you suffering from late-stage persecutory delusion? You're always thinking about the worst. No, I'm speaking from experience. If I pick up a wallet with 2 copper coins in it, I'll definitely lose 4 copper coins the next day. This is an actual example. Why are you all looking at me so strangely? You don't believe me? Heloise shook her head. No, we believe you. You really didn't lie. But with your luck, how could you pick up a wallet? I nodded proudly. Don't look down on me. Of course, I have picked up money before. I have even picked it up twice. I still remember that there were 2 Barty copper coins in there. That was the first time I'd ever picked up money. The next morning, I even ordered an extra egg pancake in celebration. Unfortunately, the next afternoon I was robbed again and I even lost my money. The second time was more than 50 years ago. I picked up a silver coin. A silver coin. I couldn't even believe it. Unfortunately, I lost it that very night. Why are you all looking at me with such sympathy? This was the truth. I'm not bragging. It's because it's the truth that I pity you. It's not easy for you to live. Recalling what I just said, I squatted on the ground in frustration. I had self-destructed again. However, Heloise chuckled. I finally understand why your disgusting fighting style of constantly gathering information, gradually calculating and calculating, accumulating advantages, and then forcing your opponent to the brink of despair before crushing them all came about. No matter how low the chance of failure is, it'll still happen if you're unlucky. Your way of doing things is probably to reduce the element of unknown and luck as much as possible. You're forced to treat a 1% chance of failure as 100%, and you don't expect any luck at all. How pitiful. What did you say? I don't understand. Ah, right. Why is your furniture in the chaos abyss? Although you're still such a lousy way of changing the topic, I also want to know why my dressing table is here. So I'll let you off the hook. Many gazes were directed at Chaos Lord Dedina, who had been pretending to be her background all this time. I had originally thought that she would be quite depressed that she had missed out on this god equipment after having it by her side for so many years. However, she simply smiled as if she didn't care. These are all random pieces of furniture that I bought back when I first became the Chaos Lord to fill up my treasury. I don't even remember where I bought them from. It's probably a merchant from another plane, and he came with the furniture. There was also some furniture in my treasury. Most of the furniture was Elven style. It would seem that they were all super antiques from the Elven Empire's era. Indeed, many antique collectors loved artwork from the Elven Empire's era. These pieces of furniture would probably be quite valuable. However, no matter if it was in terms of quality or craftsmanship, these pieces of furniture couldn't compare to Heloise's dressing table. After all, items used by royalty were all incredibly rare. No, wait. I remember that the royal palace was burned to the ground. I thought that the 3 god equipment would be forever lost along with the destruction of the royal palace, unless someone stole my dressing table before the destruction. However, someone who would steal my dressing table alone would naturally know its value. Would such a person really sell my dressing table? Heloise's intelligence finally returned to normal for once, as if she had finally recovered from the joy of obtaining the most valuable treasures. However, the moment that she said this, Dedina's expression changed. She suddenly retreated, but a small red dragon suddenly landed on her head. The flames that burned her hair told Dedina that any random action would result in her death. I took a closer look at this treasury. Treasures were piled up like a mountain. There was a pile of old and tattered furniture in the corner. If I had been a reckless invader, perhaps I would have taken all the treasures with me. However, I wouldn't have even bothered to look at this heavy pile of furniture, nor would I have been able to find a relatively valuable dressing table among them. If I had been an experienced invader, I wouldn't have had much hope for this treasure trove from the very start. Forcing this succubus to reveal the true location of the treasure trove would have been the most likely outcome. I would have ignored all the furniture from the very start. I had to say, if it wasn't for the fact that Heloise recognized her own items, we would have missed them as well. If this was all intentional, then this was truly a brilliant arrangement. No matter who the invader was, they would always ignore the furniture. If all this had been arranged to conceal the existence of this dressing table, then it was highly likely that this succubus knew the importance of this dressing table from the very start. Heloise, this should be the royalty's greatest secret, right? You probably wouldn't know much about the value of this dressing table. Yeah, Heloise didn't give me a clear answer. However, her beautiful eyes were already locked onto Dedina. I had never seen such a serious expression before, which surprised even me. It would seem that Heloise was being serious for once. As long as that succubus dared to run, Heloise would turn her into a sitting duck even without Little Red interfering from above. I was becoming more and more interested in this succubus background. Just as I was about to properly interrogate this succubus, the door to my room suddenly opened, and a small fairy suddenly flew in. Your Highness Roland, you have an urgent report. Extremely urgent. Extremely urgent. Chapter 6:21. Tell me, is it your fault that misfortune has spread to me as well? Harloise's beautiful face was right in front of me. She was jumping on my head, and it was quite cute to see her fangs rubbing together. Her vicious expression made it seem like she wanted to directly bite me, but I found it quite funny. Haha, I'm the one who wants you to laugh at me. You little brat, you deserve this. All right then, I really did laugh out loud. I laughed arrogantly and domineeringly, and I laughed so hard that I rolled on the ground. But right after that, I crouched on the ground in frustration, because I instantly realized that since Harloise was bound to me, her troubles were my troubles as well. In the end, I was laughing at myself for being the unlucky one. Now, the Northland's Mist Alliance saw that my family couldn't make up their minds, so they pushed their troubles onto me. Who taught them to be so irresponsible? Harlows, it's you. In the end, I became the scapegoat again, and this scapegoat was related to the survival of an entire species. I couldn't take this scapegoat. This is all your scapegoat. If it wasn't for you digging out the information and shamelessly tossing it to the elves in the mortal plane, wouldn't this have happened? It's because you don't want to take responsibility that you're the scapegoat. Actually, this logic was quite reasonable. If I hadn't obtained the information, the elves wouldn't have gone crazy, and they wouldn't have forced me to take the scapegoat. Why was I taking the scapegoat? Actually, they didn't need me to give them any advice at all. Right now, they only had two choices. They could either accept the Silver Elves and create an elven empire in the Northlands, giving the elves a way out, or they could watch as the elves messed around and prepare to collect their corpses. The former would cause a major division among the elves, and it would likely be permanent. The latter would be doing nothing to save the elves. No matter what decision I made, I would become the mortal enemy of some elves. Perhaps I would even be given the title of Destroyer of the Elves, or Destroyer of the Elven Empire. If this wasn't taking the scapegoat, what would it be? The demon wave was about to arrive, and the elves were about to meet their doom. However, the elves' behavior had once again surpassed my understanding of how low they could go. Actually, the most rational and effective method right now was to directly disband all of the elven tribes and destroy the wariness of the surrounding human kingdoms. Then they would organize a great escape. It didn't matter if they became slaves or refugees. They would escape as far as they could and do their best to preserve the elven bloodline. As long as there were enough elven survivors, there might be a day when they could rebuild their homeland. Even if you adults aren't afraid of death, you can organize the elderly and children to escape. If it's just the children and the elderly, other countries will also accept such refugees. However, the elven leader who made this decision would probably become famous in history for destroying his own country and people. He would also become a sinner for personally destroying the elven empire's ideals. But in this day and age, weren't leaders supposed to be professionals at being scolded and blamed? He didn't even have the slightest bit of backbone. He couldn't even compare to a single finger of the foolish king, Orlos. Right now, the elves' decision seemed generous. None of us will escape. However, it was actually the equivalent of everyone will die together. If the demon wave was as frightening as the legend said, then it would be the same as waiting for the elves' destruction. Actually, based on our calculations, the demon wave's power level would probably be able to break all of history's records. At that time, not only would the elves be unlucky, even the neighboring human kingdoms that were currently rejoicing in the elves' misfortune would likely be destroyed as well. Even if the elves started a great escape right now and all the human kingdoms along the way opened up a path, they still might not be able to escape. I was no saint, and I had a grudge against the elves. However, I really didn't want to see the entire elven species be destroyed. Apart from the fact that if the lips were gone, the teeth would be interdependent, there was another reason that no one knew about. Indeed, the elves aren't strong right now, but in another 20 years, no, 10 years, they'll welcome a super golden age. Was that inconceivable? Actually, in my eyes, the elves had the most potential out of all the species. In fact, it was even possible that the elves would rise again in the Holy War. The reason for this was because of the Battle of the Hades 8 years ago. Many things that happened in that year were destined to be recorded in history. However, there were also many things that didn't happen immediately. Those things needed time to settle. That year, the god of fate, the god of wealth, and the other gods of the Hades chose to enter the Hades. The moment that they entered the Hades, they gave up on their old divine kingdoms and Valkyrie temples. Countless Valkyrie were scattered in the mortal plane. Those new generations, dawn, children, coincidentally met with a new cycle of reincarnation and a new cycle of reincarnation. They were saved from having their memories erased in the cycle of reincarnation. becoming the luckiest reincarnators. When the gods of the Hades discovered that the gods of the Hades had cheated, many gods hurriedly did the exact same thing. The Dawn generation, Valkyrie reincarnation, and undead transforming into demons weren't all that different in theory. They were both undead transforming into living beings. However, unlike my revival, the new Valkyrie reincarnation would be a brand new life. They would only have their past memories and knowledge. Fundamentally, they would still be two different people. Perhaps they couldn't compare to their previous lives, but they would have the experience and knowledge of a hero as their starting point. As long as they didn't die midway, their achievements wouldn't be too bad. Even if a myth-ranked hero couldn't surpass their previous lives, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to become a legend. Then, what did this mean? This meant that within 10 or 20 years, the replicas of those historical heroes would appear in every corner of the continent. Aichi would enter a new generation of heroes. This was our ultimate defense against the Chaos faction. Perhaps it wouldn't be effective in the short term, but it would definitely increase the overall combat strength of Aichi. Perhaps a single hero wouldn't be able to change the outcome of a battle, but defending a village shouldn't be too difficult. And among these heroes, at least 1/3 were elves. The reason? The elves had the longest history and had the most heroes. Was that enough? Apart from that, there was another coincidental reason that made me speechless. Elven main god Anslo just happened to choose to betray the Order faction at that time. His Valkyrie temple was filled with elves. A main god had accumulated countless years of Valkyrie. I couldn't even begin to imagine just how many future megaseeds there were in Valkyrie. I didn't think that Anslo would be able to think so much in such a short period of time. It was mostly luck. Still, it really seemed like the heavens were protecting the elves. According to the basic rules of reincarnation, the souls of the elves would always choose to reincarnate in other elves. The location where the demon wave was about to descend would be the largest elven gathering in the world. If the Moonwheel capital's elven land was destroyed by the demon wave, countless future heroes would be killed in the cradle. From this standpoint, the demon wave had truly chosen the correct location to begin. Damn it, I need to change my plans. Not to mention Renee. Even I might not be able to deal with this situation myself. Originally, I had a plan for the future heroes of the elves. When I notified the mortal plane about the demon wave, I had contacted Renee and told her to take the new Polaris airship fleet to the Moonwheel capital, saying that they were there to rescue the elves. Of course, the real purpose of this mission was to sell some weapons and purchase some magical items, which would count as some more profits. But the real purpose was actually for the sake of those young elves. Even the most valiant and fearless warrior would soften when talking about their children. Even if they were going to die, they wouldn't be willing to watch their children die with them. As long as Renee's Polaris airship fleet told everyone that they had sold out all their weapons, it would be meaningless to return to the Moonwheel capital empty-handed. Out of humanitarianism, the elves would be obligated to take the elves' children and elderly to live in the Northlands. Considering that the Northlands was the only place where elven slaves weren't sold and that the Church of Law was known for being fair and just, it would be highly likely that they would be able to convince the elves. The elven queen wouldn't be able to force her own citizens to sacrifice their bloodline for the sake of glory. It would be impossible to stop her. Perhaps she would even kidnap a large number of royal or noble superior elf children. I also instructed the Polaris airship fleet not to be greedy and kidnap as many elves as possible. There was also no need to verify the information beforehand. It was fine to treat it as a good deed. It would be possible for the Polaris airship fleet to take 20,000 elves with them. But when the demon wave truly arrived, the Polaris airship fleet would use all sorts of illegal methods, such as ambushes and kidnappings. It would be quite easy for them to kidnap several tens of thousands more elves. This plan could be described as quite insidious, but the success rate would still be quite high. Not only would it preserve the elves' bloodline, it would also strengthen the Mist Alliance. It would be a win-win situation. But with the current situation, the elves would rather give their children to the humans as slaves than give them to the Northland's elven empire, which was fighting for the rightful throne. It was highly likely that Rene and the others would be banished the moment they entered the Northland's elven empire. No, I have to go personally. This will be quite difficult for Rene and the others to deal with. While I made up my mind, Harloise was quite likely to have a huge headache. For the sake of my human trafficker plan, it would be best not to establish an elven empire that would attract hostility from the elves. But when Harloise heard that there was a chance to re-establish an elven empire, her eyes lit up even though she didn't seem to mind it as trouble. Not only that, the Northland's elven empire would improve the Mist Alliance's overall strength if it was established. All the Northland's elves would have their own home, and countless elves would go to the Northlands. This was a rare opportunity that only appeared once every 10,000 years. If it wasn't for the fact that the moon elves and elven gods were so busy with their own affairs, how could the rightful throne possibly be destroyed? And it just so happened that Harloise obtained 3 god equipment that symbolized the elven empire's royal authority. If it wasn't for the fact that I personally witnessed this, it would have been nothing more than a joke of fate. But if news of this spread, everyone would probably think that this was a scheme of the Northland's elves. A princess of a destroyed country becomes an undead after her country is destroyed, and she wanders for 10,000 years with the national treasures. She then painstakingly revives and uses 3 national treasures to rebuild the Northland's elven empire. This is a classic story that will probably be repeated for several hundred years, with many doujinshi novels and dramas. At that time, no matter if this was a scheme or a golden elf conspiracy, the Northland's elven empire would instantly become the rightful throne as long as the gold elf empire and the 3 national treasures appeared together. So many pieces of information spun around in my head that my head began to ache. I originally had a backup plan for all of them. Perhaps it could be called an evil plan, but none of them were anything honorable. Every plan had a different goal. As for which plan to use, that would depend on the person involved. Harloise, just what are you thinking? You still hate the elven gods? Do you want to destroy the elves? Or do you want to revive the elves and revive the entire elven empire? Of course I want revenge. Don't speak so quickly. Think about it carefully. You're the last descendant of the gold elves. Your decision will affect the future of all elves. Ask yourself, just what do you want? This is your responsibility. I didn't want to force her. But right now, I had to force her to make a decision. Although it would be cruel, this was her responsibility. Harloise sunk into contemplation. By the time she spoke up again, she had probably already resolved herself. Chapter 6:22. A family was a combination of blood-related relatives, and a country was a collection of countless families of the same origin. They shared mutual interests and lived and died together. This was a mainstream concept that was quite suitable in some areas, but it was not suitable in Aichi. Compared to the relatively peaceful Earth, Aichi's living environment was much more dangerous. The threat of magical beasts and the hostility of other species made the basic requirement of survival extremely difficult. The countries on Earth could be grouped by race, ethnicity, and culture, but in Aichi, such a classification was too extravagant. In fact, the human race and ethnicity in Aichi also had countless subdivisions, but in the eyes of other species and gods, they were all just humans. The reason? There was no other reason. Life wasn't easy, and huddling together was the top priority. There was no time and energy, yet there was such a fine division. If Earth had been invaded by aliens for hundreds of years, there would probably be no discrimination or subdivision of race and ethnicity. In the face of a greater threat, this was meaningless. In such an environment, the country and social structure of Aichi were fundamentally different from that of Earth. The weak support and worship the strong, and the strong protect the weak. It was a simple symbiotic relationship, but it was the foundation of all social structures. The weak yearned to become the strong, and becoming the strong meant that they could stand out and obtain a higher status. While the strong gained power, they had to bear the responsibility of protecting the weak. Therefore, under such a social structure, the feudal aristocracy became the mainstream of the world. And from a certain point of view, this was indeed the most suitable social system in this world. From the very beginning, the knight lords who were in theft had the responsibility of becoming professional soldiers and protecting their own citizens. Would there be a great communist society after transmigrating? At the very least, there would be a capitalist class revolution and a constitutional monarchy. In that case, who would be responsible for protecting the entire race? Should they expect the commoners who had never practiced any martial arts or magic? The royal family and members of the royal family who relied on their bloodline would be taught military knowledge and the responsibility of protecting their family, country, and people from the moment of birth. This wasn't something noble or righteous, but purely a social division of labor brought about by the internal environment and external pressure. In this world, due to the existence of magic and martial arts, the gap between the strong and the weak was even more obvious. The division of labor between professional warriors and commoners gradually gave rise to the so-called knight nobility. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country. The king dies for the country, and the prince becomes the general. It's rather ancient. Then, what does this ancient refer to? Perhaps some things are common. Even in another world, when life was extremely difficult at the beginning, the so-called leaders were actually the military leaders of the tribes and clansmen. The Yen Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, and King Wen of the East, and the Arthur and Alexander of the West had all led armies into battle. However, the long era of peace and luxury had corrupted their descendants, causing them to rely on the achievements of their ancestors to enjoy themselves and forget their true duties. But even so, in the dark ages of the Middle Ages and the chaotic Warring States period, the lords still had to fight for the future of themselves and their people. Compared to Earth, the situation in the Aichi continent was even more severe. Perhaps there were luxuries, but there had never been a long period of peace. The Holy War, other species, and magical beasts would forever be threats to every country and species. Perhaps the current human nobility had already become addicted to pleasure and luxury, or perhaps the superior elves had already focused their attention on power struggles, or perhaps the beastman tribe leaders had already returned to the primitive tribal system. But as long as their territory was invaded, they would still have to take up arms and lead their people to defend their home. In Aichi, nobles could be foolish, greedy, ignorant, and arrogant, but they definitely couldn't be useless or cowardly. If a domain lord abandoned his own territory and escaped when a threat arrived, not only would he lose his territory and title, he would also be looked down upon by everyone. This everyone included the lowest of farmers and criminals sentenced to death. In this aspect, perhaps the central countries of the continent, which had been at peace for a period of time, were somewhat lax. Their nobles and knight had indeed become corrupted. In this aspect, the short-lived humans were indeed inferior to the elves. But for me, who was born in the Northlands, it was as if my duty was right in front of me. Ever since I was born, the threat of the northern beastmen and the cruel natural environment reminded me that this wasn't a peaceful earth. This was Aichi, where people could die at any moment and entire species could be wiped out. As the heirs to the Mist Kingdom, Cavendish and I actually had a wooden sword as our first toy. Ever since we were young, we received knight training and military lessons. The great sword saint of the Royal Knight Order was our swordsmanship teacher. As the royal lecturer, Kelly didn't teach us about romance. Instead, she was extremely skilled at using historical anecdotes to teach children about politics and military matters. Being able to go to the battlefield before even reaching adulthood wasn't something that only Cavendish and I had experienced. Countless domain lords' heirs had experienced something like this. In fact, some places even viewed it as a type of test, using the law of the jungle to choose the best successor. Your territory and citizens will forever be a domain lord's root. The reason why the people support you and love you is because you protect them. Your territory and citizens will forever be a ruler's root, A tribe's territory and citizens will forever be a tribe leader's root. Such words could be extended to countless versions, from an ordinary mayor to a supreme emperor. This contract of protection and origin was the most basic relationship of trust in this world that was not peaceful. A noble status represented not only authority, but also the responsibility of a guardian. The glory of the Gold Elves' ancestors wasn't just for show. It was also something that needed to be inherited. I didn't know if the Gold Elves' education was the same as the human royalties, but at the very least, I didn't notice any difference in this aspect. Harloise, just what are you thinking? You still hate the elven gods? Do you want to destroy the elves? Or do you want to revive the elves and revive the entire elven empire? This was such a despicable and cruel question, because not only was it digging at one's scars, it was also forcing one to make a difficult choice. And I had known the answer from the very start. As the last descendant of the Gold Elves, Harloise wasn't the ruler of a destroyed country, but she had the fate of having her country destroyed. If she was still an undead filled with resentment, she would probably be shouting, "I want revenge. Let them all die." Such words. But now that Harloise had been revived, I refused to believe that she hadn't thought about her responsibilities, as she was the only gold elf in existence. However, every time she thought about something like, "They won't accept me," an ancient royal daughter of the previous dynasty, or "What's the point of thinking about such meaningless things?" she would stop herself from thinking deeper. How did I know? Would anyone believe me if I told them that I had a similar status as the royalty of a destroyed country? Fine then. I had to admit that I had signed the magical pet contract far too hastily back then. Some random things would always come out of nowhere. I knew what Harloise's answer would be, just as Harloise knew that I knew what her answer would be. Although it seemed quite convoluted, that was how it was. So much time had passed since that incident. Although Harloise would enter a berserk state whenever the elves were mentioned, this meant that she had always been thinking about the elves. If she could describe her complex feelings for the elves in detail, it would probably be more than enough to write a series of romance novels. The long silence finally came to an end. How sly! Those bastards from back then must pay the price. Lies and bargaining would be meaningless when communicating with someone with a soul connection. What Harloise said was her bottom line. However, the Elven Empire had been destroyed more than 10,000 years ago, probably between the last 4 or 5 holy wars. As for the people involved, fine then, there were still some. Harloise had given me a small notebook with the names of the elven gods, former members. Anslow and Rose were both at the top of the list. As for the mortal elves' enemies, not to mention that gold elves didn't even have lifespans of 10,000 years, the pitiful survival rate of all the previous holy wars could be counted on one hand. Right, there was also the fact that Harloise had been hunting them down like a rabid dog for so many years, not mentioning anything else. For the more than 100 years of Yongya, every time she encountered the kingdom of the elves, she would make a list of ancient elves to hunt down. No, there are 5 more. The Silver Elf Savar and Alcidin were both traders of the Silver Spear family. They were the former head guards of the Silver Spear family. The Moon Elf Finna Moonshadow was my father's most trusted priestess, but she blinded us. The Wild Elf Vincent, I must have been blind to have promoted that bastard back then. The Wood Elf Ancient Tree Sleeper was the one who forced all the ancient tree guards of the royal palace to sleep. All right, not a single one of them was easy to deal with. They were all semi-god old-timers. After so many years, the Wood Elves, their families, and their disciples were all deeply rooted in the various superior elves. Attacking them would be no different from stepping on a hornet's nest. Well, if they were easy to deal with, Harloise would have done so long ago. All right, I'll personally send them to the Inferno of Hades. That's my promise. Originally, I had promised to help Harloise take revenge, only because the Elven Alliance wanted me to do so in exchange for benefits. I didn't really care about it. I would simply take care of any Harloise I met, and I wouldn't actively provoke them even if I didn't. But now that Harloise had resolved herself and made a concession under my persuasion, as a man, I would help her take her revenge. They were nothing more than a bunch of old bastards who betrayed their master. I would spend some effort and pay any price to kill them all within 3 years. Harloise actually flushed red, probably because she sensed that my promise was incredibly sincere. Tears flashed in her eyes. Was there some kind of misunderstanding? She wouldn't normally be moved, but she was moved to help her kill someone? But the next instant, she regained her calm and stopped looking at me. It seemed that she was rather shy. The redness on her pointy ears soon faded. Her beautiful eyes stared directly at the succubus Dedina. Her expression kept changing as she opened and closed her mouth. She wanted to ask something, but was also afraid of learning the truth. The three-god equipment was obviously the elven royalty's greatest secret. Only a few people would know about it. Harloise had most likely already guessed who Dedina was. At most, there would only be a few candidates. Mother. Dedina smiled wryly and shook her head. She knew that she wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. Aunt Betta. This time Dedina fell silent, but in the end she still shook her head. The next instant, Harloise covered her face and lowered her head. She didn't ask anything else, but her expression became even more complex as she looked at Dedina. It would seem that there were only 3 people who knew about the three-god equipment. After eliminating the 2 wrong answers, there was only 1 correct answer left, even if that answer was incredibly inconceivable. At this moment, I also covered my mouth. It wasn't that I learned anything from Harloise. She had already done her best to cut off any direct psychological connection between us. It was just that I was able to guess just what Dedina was to Harloise from simple family ethics. I can't laugh, I can't laugh. Laughing out loud will really kill me. Harloise will die together with me. I did my best to stifle my laughter as I racked my brain for what to say. After all, Dedina really did count as Harloise Sr. Father, no, mother, please marry your daughter to me. My astonishing words echoed in the living room. Everyone's gazes were focused on the person who was kneeling down and proposing. As the person involved, Dedina's expression was filled with shock and disbelief. "Ha, Harloise, you now have a void-devour younger sister. How does it feel to have a younger sister get married before you? Ha. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore as I laughed so hard that I rolled around on the ground. The next instant, I also used my familiar cat-biting combo. Don't misunderstand, I wasn't the one proposing. The one kneeling on the ground was that legend-ranked Draken who had appeared out of nowhere. However, while he was proposing to Dedina, he was secretly glancing outside the door. There, a 4-legged legend-ranked archer was looking at him with a complex expression. It was such a serious topic just now, but the moment it appeared, it became such a farce. This guy really knows how to forcefully steal the show. What's this? A 4-legged void devourer with a giant mouth? Forget it. It's rare for me to be serious for 2 minutes. I shouldn't watch this bastard ruin my worldview. Chapter 6, 23. The Light of Sinsar Dub, a wise schemer, the legendary elven emperor Abolur VII. He had countless praises and accomplishments in history. During his reign, the Elven Empire had long since entered its final stages. In order to increase the Elven Empire's declining national power, Abolur broke all traditions and prohibitions. Not only did he allow outsiders and mixed-blood elves to enter the Elven Empire's upper echelons, he also greatly promoted the young talents of the wild elves and lower elves, unearthing the potential of the Elven Empire's lower echelons. This allowed the Elven Empire to flourish for more than 300 years, but he was already dead. The moment he died, the wild elves and lower elves who had tasted the sweetness of power rebelled against his daughter. In order to deal with the Elven Empire's increasingly unstable situation, Abolur used a series of schemes to create conflict between the superior elves. He promoted the wild elves and lower elves to keep the ever more arrogant moon elves and silver elves in check. This allowed the Central Elven Empire, which had already entered its final stages, to survive for several millennia, but he was already dead. The moment he died, the wild elves and lower elves who had tasted the sweetness of power rebelled against his daughter. In order to appease the superior elves, he reduced the authority of the royal family and gave many important responsibilities that were originally in the hands of the royal elves to the superior elves. This bought over many large superior elf families and also calmed the hearts of the people. But he died. After he died, those important responsibilities became the death knell of his daughter. From a certain standpoint, a bowler was indeed an expert at politics. At the very least, when he was alive, the entire Elven Empire's upper echelons maintained a subtle balance. But his death completely disrupted that subtle balance, and everything went out of control. If a bowler hadn't died, perhaps the Elven Empire would have had some time to reorganize and introduce outsiders and mixed-blood elves into the Elven Empire. But in history, there were no ifs. Was the leader of the reform wise and kind? Was the reform just a hair's breadth away from success? In the end, looking at the result, it was no different from a foolish and incapable ruler who completely ruined the Elven Empire. I actually felt a bit of heartache for Harloise, who had succeeded at Bowler. Her father's overly high evaluation of history caused her, a princess of a fallen Elven Empire, to have quite a bit of a bad reputation. Foolish and short-sighted for not continuing with a bowler's policies, the superior elf lords who were her uncles and grandfathers tried to force her to abdicate the throne. How could a little princess who was still underage possibly resist? In the end, she could only cancel the previous emperor's policy. The result was that she ended up offending the new half-blood elves and low-level elves. Unable to maintain balance among the superior elves, all the accumulated grudges from the previous generation erupted. How could the moon elves suppress this? Anslo just happened to have successfully ascended to become a main god at that time, and the moon elves already had the most foundational divine authority. How could the moon elves possibly balance the situation? Did you not see the ambitions of those traitors? They were all old ministers who had been promoted by the previous generation. This was the period when the royal power was weak. Without a strong enough reason, how could they take down these old fellows? Lack of political and diplomatic skills? A little girl who was still playing with dolls a few years ago, it was inconceivable to expect her to become a 1,000-year-old sly fox. But again, there are no ifs in history, and no one will look at the process. The final result was the destruction of the country. But I have to say that this was 90% because of her father, who was too good at causing trouble. He took too many advantages and accumulated a lot of resentment, but he didn't clean up the mess. In the end, he died prematurely without any preparations, and the backlash caused his descendants to suffer. Of course, I wouldn't say such things out loud. That was because I knew that Harloise had always viewed her wise father as her idol. She believed that she had betrayed the gold elves' inheritance and glory. If I spoke up for her, she would likely resent me. I wouldn't be so foolish as to say such unflattering things. That was because I knew how much Harloise worshipped her father. I wanted to laugh even more as I watched Dedina and Harloise stare at each other. Abolur VII had first lost a war against the gold elves. Then he was pursued and assassinated, and he died on his bed in the royal palace. What was certain was that he had truly died. This was the last phase of the Gold Elf Empire. The Gold Elves' true gods had been replaced by the superior elf gods. Abolur, who would have been 100% certain to enter the Gold Elf main god's divine kingdom, fell into the river Styx and was reincarnated as a demon. This was completely different from Eliza, who had directly transformed into a demon. Directly transforming into a demon from the river Styx would be equivalent to reincarnation. As mentioned many times in the past, undead would be transformed into demons from the river Styx. Everything would have to start from the beginning. The lowest level demons would have to experience the primitive law of the jungle. Any demon that could evolve into a demon would have to have devoured at least 100 of their own kind. An existence that slowly became a high-level demon would be able to awaken their memories from their previous life. But at that time, an undead's personality would have already been set through endless slaughter. They wouldn't care too much about their previous life's events. They would only treat their memories and knowledge as accumulations. Normally speaking, it would take several decades for a demon to recover their memories from their previous life. At that time, it would take several centuries or even several millennia for a demon to recover their memories from their previous life. By then, most of their family members would have already died. It would be difficult for a demon to return to the mortal plane. Several hundred years of a demon's life would have already passed. Who would care about a few decades? Demons wouldn't care about the past either. However, a bowler just happened to be an elf. Dedina wasn't a bowler. She wasn't an elf, but rather a succubus. However, she had a bowler's knowledge and memories. At the very least, she could be considered a reincarnation. Harloise probably had rather complex emotions as she looked at her father. What Dedina the Lucky? Dedina's magical knowledge from the Gold Elves and accumulations from her previous life alone means that Dedina's power level is definitely quite high. But, of course, void devourers aren't any kind creatures. Without enough power to tame them, they would have long since been devoured. Harloise and Dedina were still staring at each other, but I took the lead and considerately walked out of the treasury, giving them some time and space to talk to their family. Beifong, come with me. Beifong had always been a smart person. Seeing that the situation wasn't right and that it wasn't the time for a marriage proposal, he directly followed me out. Why did you come to the Chaos Abyss? I'm here for a vacation. I want to see the scenery and people of various places. I want to experience the famous wild style of the Chaos Abyss. Beifong looked up at the sky with an expression of anticipation, fatigue, and excitement. He really seemed like a tourist, wild style, more like a wild beast horde. Beifong wasn't lying, but he wasn't completely telling the truth either. You probably don't know that you're on the headlines right now. All the crimes you've committed have been exposed. Even I'm tempted by the bounty on you right now. I thought about it for a moment and finally gave up on the idea of exchanging for the bounty. Besides, now wasn't the time to get to the bottom of things. If I really wanted to do something to the elves, every day was important. I would probably have to return to the mortal plane first. However, there were some things that I still hadn't finished yet. Perhaps I could ask this Calamity Beifong, who is ranked 3rd on the Calamity rankings, to help me out. Have you heard of Sun God Aloyo? He lives on the 372nd level of the Chaos Abyss. It's said that he's a super handsome man. Beifong yawned as if he was bored. He's a mystical creature with an eagle's head and a human body. He's an ancient species, and there should only be one of him in the entire world. You want me to kidnap him? Although I haven't done illegal things for many years, since you're requesting it, and since it's for the sake of justice, I'll make an exception this time. Let's kill him. Beifong instantly had a serious expression. However, his murky yellow eyes were filled with excitement and passion. I didn't even have the energy to comment on this. I could only pray for Aloyo in my heart. He's a former main god, while Beifong is only a new semi-god. There shouldn't be any major problems. Forget it. I'm not going to pursue this any further. It's fine as long as the result is good. Even though there was a tremendous difference in power level between Beifong and Aloyo, nobody seemed to think that Beifong would be killed by Aloyo. I took out a pen and paper and carefully wrote down my requirements for myth-ranked materials. I then handed it to the excited Draken. As long as you help me complete this task, I'll try to convince Dedina to help you with your marriage with the Void Devourer. No, I'll personally obtain Dedina's mother's approval. This is my promise to Tina. Tina? Oh, that was the Void Devourer's name. Fine, do whatever you want. I waved my hand weakly. I always felt a mysterious sense of helplessness whenever someone before me was involved. I felt like I would lose if I took things too seriously, and that I would become an idiot if I got angry. Right. Why don't you have a chat with Cassio first? After all, you're sworn brothers. This is my responsibility. I'll take it seriously. Bayfoam nodded with a serious expression. He then walked towards Cassio. His fearless back made me mysteriously think of a brave warrior who was about to be executed. He didn't seem like a pervert at all. You're here? I'm here. You shouldn't have come, but I'm still here. It's all your fault. Cassio seemed to have lost control of his emotions. Yes, it's all my fault, but those are my true feelings. I don't regret saying them. Friendship and familial love will eventually change. This is the choice of fate. This is what I feel from the bottom of my heart. Bayfoam had a pained expression. His eyes were filled with sorrow from being hurt by love. He seemed quite sincere, but why did his lines sound so familiar? Tonight's 8 o'clock slot. Oh, thank you. I watched as the two men, a centaur and a draken, listened to Bayfoam's incredibly mushy lines. They even seemed to be hugging each other and crying. I was finally unable to endure the churning in my stomach, so I retreated first. Wait, I want to watch a four-way romance. Four-way, Tina, Bayfoam, Cassio, and Aloyo in 2 days. This is a classic combination of 3 men and 1 woman. A romance film with 3 men and 1 woman? That sounds like a normal 8 o'clock slot. But if the core of the film is a succubus, it'll be a heavy taste for women. If the core is a male, it'll be a heavy taste for women. If it's Bayfoam, it'll be a heavy taste for animals. In order to avoid being poisoned by the voices behind me, I found a corner and hid there. However, less than 5 minutes later, the door to my room opened. Harlouise and Didina walked out. Harlouise had a serious expression, as if she had resolved herself. Chapter 6, 24. The Moonwheel capital, the capital of the Saint-Heen Empire, was the birthplace of Elven Empress Aphina I. The elves had chosen this place as a place of revival that gave them hope. Naturally, this place had many natural advantages. The Moonwheel capital was located in the core area of the magical Fallen Star Forest. Plus, the Moonwheel capital had been here for many years, and it already had a large number of mana pools and magic traps. Since the elves were the children of nature, the forest had a special meaning to them. The dense forest would forever be the elves' strongest ally. The elves' subordinates, the centaurs, forest dwarves, and other natural creatures all lived here. Also, the incredibly rare moon elves lived in the Fallen Star Forest. The moon elves were elves, but they also weren't elves. Only the elves' strongest warriors and mages would be able to leave their souls behind in this forest when their lifespans were about to come to an end. The Fallen Star Forest was a special realm to begin with. Pure souls would be enveloped by starlight here, transforming into shining, undying warriors. All right then, according to undead mages, this was a type of undead creature. However, the elves believed that this was another form of existence from their ancestor, the Valkyrie. If you asked me, wasn't the Valkyrie still an undead creature? They would often suddenly appear at night and patrol the forest borders, punishing poachers and invaders. They would transform into starlight again under the moonlight and would have astonishing power in the forest. And this was only the Fallen Star Forest's regular defense force. In the past, the Sun and Moonwheel Capital's defenses would be carried out in silence in the forest. But now, the silence here had long since been broken. Busy scenes could be seen everywhere. The forest that used to only be able to taste the moonlight and the chirping of insects at night had awakened. White-robed priests and druids were everywhere under the protection of guards. Under the hostile gazes of the moon elves, they chose towering trees that had a long history. Ancient oaths and poems were repeated. In a mystical white light, the earth shook and countless pieces of mud and stone were transformed into dust. The treants stood up, their roots transforming into giant feet, and their treetops transforming into heads. Ancient war trees that could move and fight could be seen everywhere in the forest. The entire forest seemed to come to life. The towering treants all stood up. They didn't need anyone to command them as they slowly advanced with heavy footsteps. However, their footsteps were heavy and ancient, and their sighs were filled with sorrow. Even if they survive the calamity, the fallen star forest will be finished. The young, white-robed droll looked at the powerful giants. Their footsteps were enough to create an earthquake, but he himself was shedding tears. A treant that could transform into an ancient war. Tree meant that it had evolved from a plant to an intelligent being. Even with Drool's guidance, it was still an ancient tree that had endured for thousands of years. Even though the fallen star forest could be traced back to the Elven Empire's era, there was still a limit to the number of such ancient trees that had been lost in battle. And now, Drool and the nature priest had summoned an army of almost 10,000 treants. In that case, let alone 100-year-old trees. Even trees that were only a few decades old would be used. Not only would the summoned treants have low intelligence, it would also be impossible for them to become complete treants. Without the support of the earth, the treants' lifespans would soon come to an end. Such a loss would be impossible to make up for. Large swathes of the forest were withering and dying. Using the power of nature to forcefully raise ancient war trees was an obvious violation of all the teachings of nature. This was also forcing this ancient forest to enter an early Armageddon. Many droll and nature priests were shedding tears. It was likely that even if they survived this calamity, they would never be able to rest easy in their next lives. It was inevitable that their power levels would decrease, and it was possible that they would commit suicide on a large scale. Fortunately, this was the Moon Elves' forest. If this had been a forest created by the Wood Elves, it was likely that the Wood Elves would rather have their entire species perish than force the forest to perish. But looking at it from a different perspective, if this was truly the Wood Elves' forest, there would be far more ancient trees and nature creatures. The Wood Elves' fear of death would cause the forest to proactively fight for them, and there would be no need to forcefully raise ancient war trees. Treants and ancient war trees were incredibly important among the elves' large-scale combat units. The elves were rich in mages and archers. However, even the famous Silver Moon Rangers among the elves were more proficient in combat based on agility. They would be at a disadvantage if they tried to block the enemy's powerful units head-on. The elves lacked meat shields, or perhaps powerful cannon fodder. This was a glaring weakness of the elves since ancient times. This weakness wouldn't be obvious in small-scale battles, but it was constantly exposed on a major battlefield. No matter if it was the humans' incredibly powerful cavalry charge or the Beastman Berserkers' bloody chaotic battles, the elves' battle formations would always be mysteriously broken through countless times. In the end, the elves would lose the battle and only be able to remain depressed. The warriors in the front row had all fallen. No matter how strong the archers and mages in the back row were, they were just waiting to be harvested. The elves were used to using summoned creatures, vassal species, and treants as meat shields. However, these cannon fodder's combat strength and fighting spirit were truly worrisome. The only reliable treants and ancient war trees required a large amount of resources and time to nurture. Not only would any of them die, they also had the fatal weakness of incredibly slow movement speed. In the past battles, many of the elves' enemies would either change the battlefield or go around the treant's line of defense, easily ignoring the powerful defense of the ancient war treants. However, this time, the ancient war treants might be able to play a big role in a defensive and positional battle. However, the Moon Elves' forceful activation of the ancient war trees was the equivalent of severing their combat potential for the next several hundred years. Of course, if the Moon Elves didn't go all out, it was likely that they would have no future. It was also worth mentioning that due to the Moon Elves' usual way of doing things, they didn't value other species at all in their territory. Even the Moon Elves' traditional vassal species didn't have many forest dwarves living in the forest. There were even fewer centaurs capable of melee and ranged combat. In the end, the Moon Elves could only rely on themselves. If it weren't for the fact that they were in dire straits, the Moon Elves wouldn't have committed such a crime that would definitely offend all Droll and the Wood Elves. Suddenly, a mountain wall started trembling as gray dirt fell down like rain. The next instant, that pitch-black mountain wall actually transformed into a black treant covered in dirt. This treant was several hundred meters tall. The moment it appeared and activated its domain, the entire sky was covered in dark clouds as a rainstorm began. Countless raindrops nourished his withered tree trunk, washing away the mud on his body. Dark green sprouts grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. His closed eyes opened, but they were filled with a sorrowful silver light. Wall of despair? Didn't he receive a fatal injury in the Yongya War more than 100 years ago? Dragon's Steel Guardian and Aina's Anchor? Why have they all awakened? Do they not intend to live anymore? As the elder treant let out a sorrowful cry, all the legendary treants woke up from their long slumber to welcome their fates and their end. Sar couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at this scene. These weren't treants that had been forcefully awakened. These were treants that had been severely injured in the previous battle. Not even the most outstanding nature priest would be able to heal their injuries. They could only extend their lives through long slumber and wait for a miracle to arrive. But now, all of them were awakened. It was likely that they realized that a miracle hadn't arrived yet, and that the final moment had arrived. The Starfall Forest is completely finished. Several hundred Droll-Sar and priestesses surrounded the treants. Green and white light that represented healing kept flashing on the treants' bodies. However, this would only be able to temporarily extend the treants' lives. No, the elders won't be able to stay active for much longer. Could it be that the demon wave is about to arrive? Droll-Sar looked up at the sky in disbelief. The darkness of midnight had been shattered, and the moonlight that guided the Moon Elves forward had been blocked by dark clouds. Countless cracks had appeared in space, and these cracks were constantly spreading. The aura of chaos that brought destruction was already flowing out. A wild wolf came into contact with this aura, and its body distorted as it transformed into a filthy and warty berserk wolf. This berserk wolf directly pounced at its brethren. Even more aura of chaos descended as large numbers of wild beasts transformed into dangerous, magical beasts of hell. The information is true. The Holy War has begun. Chapter 6:25. Even though dawn was about to arrive, pitch-black clouds still covered the sky. It was as if misfortune was hanging over all the elves' hearts. Rangers' eagle vision and mages' long-range vision spells could see the cracks in the sky so clearly. The aura of chaos flowing out of the cracks caused everyone to instinctively feel nauseous and afraid. The moment the aura of the chaos abyss arrived in this world, it brought a great deal of trouble to the mortal plane's residents. Normally docile domestic pigs were being demonized, but they swiftly transformed into incredibly aggressive demonized wild boars. Large numbers of demonized wild beasts appeared in the suburbs. These wild beasts instinctively attacked living creatures before them, tearing them apart and devouring them, using a strange method to achieve self-evolution. By now, nobody doubted the prophecy of the demon wave's arrival anymore. The eternal sun and moon have been blocked by dark clouds. Countless cracks have appeared in the pitch-black sky. The aura of the wind spirits is filled with the smell of rot and sulfur. Even the clean water in our tanks has become rotten and dirty. Livestock are beginning to demonize. This is exactly the same as the omens of the demon wave recorded in the history books. Venerated Anslow, why do the elves have to suffer so much misfortune? Are we unable to escape from Armageddon? At this point, any lies that could reassure the elves would become meaningless. Even though the elves wouldn't admit that the prophecy was true, some elderly elves among the elves had been lucky enough to survive the previous Holy War. They had managed to survive the Chaos Abyss to this day. How could they not remember the aura of the Chaos Abyss? These symptoms could all be summed up by the fact that there was a high concentration of chaos abyss pollution. And as the demon wave arrived, this world would soon become even more chaos abyss than the chaos abyss. Although the amount of chaos abyss aura that had accumulated this time couldn't compare to the local aura of the chaos abyss, the quality of the aura was far superior. In the past, existences from the chaos abyss would have to go through a filter net created by the power of order. This would take a lot of time and effort, and the final result would still be a projection. But the current holy war, perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a dimensional war. This was a direct connection between the two dimensions. Any dimension that came into contact with the chaos abyss would be corrupted and transformed into the chaos abyss. This was determined by the very nature of the chaos abyss. This was also the reason why the chaos abyss had gradually become the endless chaos abyss. Meanwhile, the mortal plane Aichi represented the origin of order and chaos. It was the most important battlefield for the two major origin powers. Every time the chaos abyss connected with the mortal plane, not only would it be a disaster for the mortal plane, it would also be a disaster for the chaos abyss. The entire chaos abyss was like a bloodthirsty beast that had smelled its prey. It was squirming, roaring, and desperately absorbing the fragrance of the mortal plane. Under its control, a tremendous amount of chaos abyss aura accumulated in the mortal plane's entrance. In fact, the aura had already broken through the mortal plane's limits and reached the mortal plane on the other side. To abyssal creatures, abyssal aura was naturally a good thing. It was a reward from the will of the abyss, and after absorbing it, they would become even more powerful. However, an appropriate amount of hormone nourishment was nourishment and food. If it was too much to be absorbed, it would be poison. Currently, countless chaos abyss species, demons, and devils in the snowy forest area of the 7th level of the chaos abyss had been surrounded by abyssal aura. They were twisting and rolling on the ground in pain, but they were also laughing maniacally in delight as if they had gotten a great deal. Some small demons were unable to withstand the abyssal aura and directly changed their forms. Small demons that had originally been around 1 meter tall twisted and transformed into large demons that were over 3 meters tall. However, their bodies were torn apart and blood kept flowing out. Yet, they didn't feel any pain at all. Their eyes rolled back into their heads as they drooled and crawled on all fours like wild dogs, roaring in the direction of the unknown dimensional door. These were chaos war slaves, failures that were unable to withstand the power of chaos. Once the dimensional door connecting the chaos abyss and the mortal plane opened, these chaos war slaves would become the first wave of cannon fodder for the demon wave. Their overly strengthened physical bodies would be quite unstable. However, their abundant mana would allow them to detonate themselves at any moment. There was a tremendous number of these chaos war slaves, and if they met any obstacles, they would use their very lives to destroy everything in front of them. Meanwhile, the victors who successfully ascended through the power of chaos wouldn't be able to leave this place so easily. They were bound by the will of the chaos abyss and would also become the vanguard of the chaos abyss. The abyssal aura continuously strengthened them, but it also robbed them of their rationality and ability to think. The moment that the dimensional door to the chaos abyss opened, their intelligence would only be slightly higher than that of the chaos war slaves. However, unlike the defeated chaos war slaves who were destined to become expendable in battle, as long as they were able to survive the first demon wave, it would be possible for them to regain their rationality. In fact, in all the previous holy wars, there were even many powerful demons that reached a bottleneck or were nearing the end of their lifespans. However, they had gambled with their lives on the line and finally succeeded in ascending to become chaos lords. The powerful demons that were doing quite well wouldn't approach the mortal plane during this period of time. That would be the equivalent of voluntarily choosing to become cannon fodder. As long as they were close enough, even chaos lords would be unable to resist the will of the chaos abyss's forceful recruitment. And even if these demons increased their power, it would be even more dangerous if their rationality was weakened. If they wanted to enter the mortal plane to enjoy slaughter and flesh, they could simply wait until the first demon wave ended. Of course, since there were rules, there would definitely be loopholes. Many demons were actively absorbing the aura of the Chaos Abyss in the 7th level's Snow Forest region in order to increase their own power. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to absorb much of the aura of the Chaos Abyss, but it would be worth it if they could avoid getting involved in the first demon wave, which was the most dangerous. But even if they were only stealing some leftover resources, they would still have to constantly retreat, and they wouldn't be able to steal for long. That was because as time passed, the chaotic region of the Chaos Abyss would constantly expand. Soon, it would spread from the Snow Forest region to the entire 7th level of the Chaos Abyss. And this wasn't even the end. The nearby 6th and 8th levels would automatically connect with the 7th level, forming an entire dimension. This would become the first demon wave's soldier region. Later on, all life in these dimensions would become members of the first demon wave, and this entire dimension would be directly connected, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it was directly connected to the mortal plane. When the Holy War ended, it would be impossible for anyone to return to the Chaos Abyss. The next step would only be activated when the will of the Chaos Abyss and its aura completely covered the entire dimension. At that time, not a single place in the entire Chaos Abyss would be safe. The Chaos Abyss was greedy. It wouldn't believe that this would be enough to invade the entire mortal plane. It would continuously connect with other Chaos Abyss dimensions and have them become new soldiers until the first demon wave ended. The number of levels in the Chaos Abyss was only a special concept in terms of space. The Chaos Abyss wouldn't only choose the nearest level. This was another type of lucky draw. Whichever dimension was chosen would be required to enter the Chaos Abyss. The victors and survivors would receive blessings from the Chaos Abyss, and perhaps the Chaos Abyss did indeed have its own will. Usually, the dimensions that were chosen would be large-scale dimensions with extremely high populations. And when the dimensional door to the mortal plane was opened, the ordinary citizens and imps there would all lose their reason and become cannon fodder. It would be impossible to calculate how many of them would become cannon fodder. This was also the foundational reason why the first demon wave would be nearly impossible to stop. No matter how powerful the country on the other side of the dimensional door was, the first demon wave would destroy that country. That was because the first demon wave would contain all the power of several Chaos Abyss dimensions before they were destroyed. The bloodthirsty residents of the Chaos Abyss would destroy everything in front of them, like maniacs. Countless powerful empires in history had been destroyed by the first demon wave. Every single demon wave would be fatal. If the first demon wave was a berserk beast horde that relied purely on instinct to kill, then it would be easier to deal with. Forbidden spells and traps would be able to clear out a large number of cannon fodder. However, there was a black giant sitting cross-legged outside the dimensional door. His obsidian greatsword was still dripping with silver-white god's blood. He was the commander of the first demon wave, Donati's. The Chaos War God was the controller of the first demon wave. Nobody knew how he was able to do this, but he was indeed able to maintain his reason in the first demon wave. He was also able to calmly command the wave of destruction to destroy everything in front of him. In the past, the Chaos War God would always have a large group of Valkyrie guards around him. These guards would become frontline commanders under Donati's protection in the first demon wave, helping to take on the responsibility of commanding the first demon wave. Unfortunately, this time, Donati's would probably be a lone commander. An army with or without a basic commander would be completely different. From a certain standpoint, losing all of the Valkyrie guards in the Hades would indeed be a tremendous loss for the Chaos Abyss. In fact, it would be no less than losing a main god. Currently, the Chaos War God had his eyes closed. He appeared as if he were a gigantic bronze statue in hibernation. He seemed to be in a deep sleep. His breathing was as astonishing as thunder. However, none of the demons around him dared to approach him. Any existence with even the slightest bit of power would be able to sense that Donati's power level was slowly increasing within the aura of the chaos abyss. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that Donati's had recovered to his peak. In the world of high-level combat strength, everyone knew that the Donati's in the first demon wave was the true chaos war god who could destroy everything. He would tear apart all obstacles, even if they were gods. Chapter 6:26. This situation doesn't seem right, since I was intending to do something during the first demon wave. Gathering information would naturally be my top priority. But when I put together all the information I had gathered, I discovered that the situation was far from good. Something was even more off. The Chaos Abyss had been far too thorough in their actions this time. For the will of the Chaos Abyss, whose ultimate goal was the evolution of species, pure destruction was only a method, not the ultimate goal. Many of its choices would be quite random. And this time, the will of the Chaos Abyss was showing its true evil intentions. The location of the Chaos Abyss's portal had been far too intentional. That was the elves' final shelter. Encountering the first demon wave, there would basically be a massacre. The location of the portal in the Chaos Abyss was also a major problem. It was located in the 7th level of the Chaos Abyss. Normally, this level wouldn't be a big deal, but if one considered the characteristics of the demon wave and the surrounding levels, it would be easy to see the obvious evil intentions of the Chaos Abyss. The 9th to 13th levels of the Chaos Abyss had originally been Demon Marquis Ladvioka's territory. That's right, the territory of the Lord of Putrefaction who had died in the Battle of the Hades. Ladvioka had died, but more than 20 powerful demons had claimed that they were his descendants and that their true bodies had returned. They were currently fighting over this Chaos Abyss Lord's inheritance. But now, there was no need for them to fight. Based on the demon wave's abnormal downward trend, it was likely that the 9th to 13th levels wouldn't be able to escape. And it just so happened that these levels were in a bad situation. During the Battle of the Hades, the Lord of Putrefaction had shown us the frightening power of his hurting plane. His territory was filled with his creations and creatures from other planes. Although he had previously restricted their movements, these dangerous toys had all gone out of control after he died. Currently, these few levels of the Chaos Abyss were quite dangerous. Nobody knew if a seemingly inconspicuous kitten would suddenly transform into a tiger monster that was several hundred meters long. And it just so happened that Ladvioka liked to give dangerous creatures the appearance of being cute and harmless. A main god's former territory would definitely be far more dangerous than any ordinary Chaos Abyss. Not to mention, this was the territory of Ladvioka, an expert in raising dangerous creatures. For the elves, this was the worst possible choice. All right, there was no need for everyone to play guessing games now. These creations would probably all be tossed into the mortal plane. Perhaps after a series of survival of the fittest, a few new stars from the Chaos Abyss would appear. However, this would be a nightmare for the elves. After sorting through all this information, even I felt powerless. The so-called strategic arrangement also depended on the strength and number of chess pieces on both sides. This was just like an old king and a warrior playing against the enemy's 10 sets of chess pieces. No matter how I looked at it, it would only result in death. Learn from the Chaos Abyss's operations. Do you really think you can win just by attacking the opponent? It's so realistic that I can't laugh at it. Competing against the Chaos Abyss in terms of combat potential and energy consumption would probably be the most foolish of actions. I didn't even need to give this information to the elves. The elves should have long since started collecting information. This desperate battle situation would probably force them to use up all their combat reserves, but it was likely that they wouldn't be able to last much longer. How much longer? That'll depend on the Chaos Abyss, but at most it won't exceed 10 days. Harloise answered my question as she looked at the map. Ever since she met Dedina, she had been maintaining her human form. She had also become much more serious, and she was even wearing clothes now. Why did this sound so strange? The current situation was quite obvious. The Chaos Abyss was filled with malice towards the elves and wanted to see them all die. As for the will of the Chaos Abyss, it should be your younger brother. Theoretically speaking, this is indeed a possibility. However, we all know that the guidance of fate is always so difficult to understand. Perhaps your guess is a part of fate itself. I was the one who taught you divination, and you've never even passed. Let's get straight to the point. I could only helplessly take a deep breath. Probably, maybe. Fine, he definitely did it. Did he have a grudge against the elves? Of course he did. One of the main culprits behind the Mist Kingdom's destruction was the elves. I had already taken revenge, but Dedina hadn't. Dedina's memory wasn't that bad. Only someone who controlled the will of the Chaos Abyss, or at least a portion of it, would be able to do such a thing. I could still remember the image of Dedina dragging Cynthia into the void. No evidence. Dedina had just beaten up Anslow just 2 days ago. Why else would he injure the main god of the elves? My family's misfortune. As I sighed insincerely, I was constantly trying to guess what Cavendish wanted to do. Perhaps revenge was his goal, but it definitely wouldn't be his ultimate goal. However, I had far too little information right now, so guessing would be meaningless. I should first think about what I needed to do. Did the Northlands send a reply? Yes, they'll do as you say. They should be able to make it in time. We agreed to board the airship in Sindel. They'll go pick up the Silver Elves first, which will be 2 days late. If they can arrive on time by the day after tomorrow, they'll probably arrive at the Moonwell capital in 1 week. The Silver Elves heading to the Northlands were still quite far away from the Northlands. Renee's Borealis fleet was also on the way, so I decided to have her pick up the Silver Elves. Are you ready to establish the Northlands? Keep everything simple. We'll hold the coronation ceremony as soon as we arrive in Sindel. Diana, Victoria, Swanna, and Kelly are all on the way there. I nodded. It would seem that my plan was progressing quite smoothly. By the time we arrived in the small city of Sindel, all 4 superior elf species would be represented. This coronation ceremony wouldn't be too casual. Harloise, you're already prepared to become Elven Empress? Why are you so calm? Because it all happened so quickly, I'm a little numb to it. That's right, the coronation ceremony and the establishment of the Northlands Elven Empire. Although I was already intending to help the elves, how to help them was still a problem. Since the Northlands elves already had hopes of establishing their own Elven Empire, it wouldn't be impossible to establish an Elven Empire. This wouldn't be the first Elven Empire in the Mist Alliance. If we supported the Northlands elves as ordinary human allies, we would be nothing more than a guest army that would be nothing more than cannon fodder. In that case, rather than inexplicably helping the elves for free, it would obviously be better to help the Elven branch as the rightful ruler of the Elven Empire. Not only would this be more in line with righteousness, it would also be much more convenient in practical terms. From the information I had already obtained, it was obvious that directly fighting against the demon wave would be the equivalent of suicide. And if we wanted to organize a retreat, we would likely need to fight for the authority of leadership, which would result in a conflict with the ruler of Moonwheel City. At that time, Elven Empress Harloise would lead the 4 superior elves to suppress the false ruler. I was truly looking forward to it. Even if we were helping the Northlands in their hour of need, we would also be taking advantage of their misfortune. Our assistance wouldn't be for free. We would be using the rightful ruler of the elves in exchange. What? You don't recognize Empress Harloise and the Northlands Elven Empire? Fine, we'll immediately leave. At that time, either their species would be wiped out, or their country would be destroyed. I was truly looking forward to this scene. However, this was actually nothing more than a cover, because no matter which option they chose, I wouldn't give up on my authority. That was because I knew very well that compared to an undefeatable god, having a useless ally would be far more fatal. If that useless ally had the right to command you, it would be no different from suicide. Stop talking about your younger brother. You're just as petty. Aren't you looking forward to it? Of course, Harloise was looking forward to it. She would be able to return to the elves as Empress Harloise, and she would also be able to punish the traitors as her ruler. This would make her so excited that she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. If this had been in the past, she wouldn't have even thought about it. But now that the three god equipment that symbolized royal authority had appeared, and the Northlands just happened to have gathered for superior elf leaders, Harloise truly felt like she was fated to return. I was even looking forward to seeing the superior elves' expressions when the Fairies' Intelligence Organization announced Empress Harloise' return. It would definitely be quite complex. Everything that we were doing now actually had a high level of political meaning. When the Moon Elves had gone overboard, the Northland's Elven Empire and Empress Harloise hadn't just watched as the traitors were destroyed by the demon wave. Instead, they had even volunteered to help the Moon Elves. In that case, no matter what happened next, this meant that Empress Harloise had no intention of going after the Moon Elves. When considering the elves' terrible past, a magnanimous and powerful empress would be far more likely to be recognized by all the elves. Meanwhile, the Northlands elves, the Northlands Mist Alliance, and the Hades gods would all become Empress Harloise support. This would be her true strength in fighting for royal authority. The result of this rescue operation would be her first accomplishment. How well she did would directly affect how stable her rightful crown would be. Don't underestimate this crown. Countless elves viewed it as the most supreme existence in their hearts. As long as Harloise obtained this crown, countless elven arcanists, droll, and rangers would voluntarily join her side. From a long-term perspective, no amount of royal authority could compare to this false reputation. In order to deal with the demon wave, the New Borealis had brought along the Mist Alliance's elites. The Northlands elves had also brought their strongest lineup. However, this still wouldn't be enough. In order to fight against the demon wave, which was capable of destroying everything in its path, it would be the stupidest and most suicidal attempt. Even if one could fight against the demon wave for a single day and kill 10,000 demons, would one be able to fight against the entire holy war and kill off all the demons in the chaos abyss? It would be impossible to calculate how long the demon wave would last. That was because every time the demon wave descended, the demon wave would be reduced to rubble. Only chaos demons would remain there. I felt that as long as the will of the chaos abyss commanded the demon wave, there would likely be an endless amount of cannon fodder. In the end, the demon wave's main goal would be to migrate and retreat. For mega empires are working together. The other countries will probably give us some face. I hope so. Not only was Harloise uncertain, there were some things that even I wasn't sure about. The Mist Alliance, Bardi Empire, Ottoman Empire, and Mage Country had all sent a joint request for the elves' human neighbors to open up their borders for refugees to pass through. However, there had been no response yet. If this was a time of peace, a joint request from these for major empires would definitely be quite powerful. But now that the demon wave was about to arrive, if all the elves ran away, wouldn't the human neighbors be the ones to take the brunt of the disaster? Open up their borders? Would the demon wave be far behind if the refugees arrived? Using the elves to exhaust the demon wave as much as possible would be the most beneficial choice for the humans. Since the destruction of a country was imminent, what would the other major empires' casual diplomatic requests count for? If it weren't for the fact that they were giving me and the Mist Alliance face, the three major empires wouldn't have sent such a request. That was why I didn't wait too long. I was also preparing my other backup plans. I hope that we can make it in time. I'm afraid that it'll be quite difficult. Honestly, I'm so sorry. Marguerite seemed rather embarrassed as she said this. As for the reason, I also think that it'll be quite difficult. It's best that we don't be overly optimistic, Adam added as he took big bites of his rice ball. No matter how I looked at him, he seemed just like a traveling backpacker. You still have the cheek to say such a thing. Didn't you say that you knew the way? I felt that I was incredibly foolish to have allowed a bastard like Adam to lead the way. Where are we now? Did we take the wrong teleportation portal? Which level of the chaos abyss was this barren desert? I looked up at the 3 moons above me and speechlessly asked the heavens, just where exactly was this place? We're lost at such a time. Does the heavens want the moon elves to die? No matter how I look at it, this seems like a man-made disaster. Did you really not intentionally allow him to lead the way? Didina, who had followed me here, was already showing me her evil intentions. Harloise was viciously glaring at me as if she was grinding her teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that she cared about her image, she would have likely bitten me already. I wanted to cry, but no tears would come out. Since I had already confirmed the plan, what was the point of me making a fuss? I really hadn't intended on scamming anyone this time. It was just that Adam was far too confident in his ability to say that he knew the shortcut. Forget it, I'll lead the way. Our Chaos Abyss guide was finally useful. Chapter 6:27. The 8th year of the FT Dawn era would be recorded as the year of bloodshed. That was because this was the year that the final Holy War began. The following days were destined to be filled with rivers of blood. Currently, I was in an excellent mood as I looked at the bright sunlight. With Didina's guidance, we finally arrived at the rendezvous location. Of course, this wasn't the reason why I was in such a good mood. You must be in a good mood to be able to get rid of Eliza, right? Nonsense, I'm actually quite sad. Saying that while smiling isn't convincing at all. I need to tell her. Harloise, it's great that Father is here, isn't it? How much money will the fairies pay for this explosive information? After a short period of silence, we came to an agreement. The silly cat and I understood each other. Why do people have to hurt each other? The world must be filled with love. We nodded and came to an agreement, and everything was gone with the wind. Fine then, to be more reasonable, it would be better if we didn't all die together. That's right. Eliza had already helplessly left the team. We were using a teleportation portal to the mortal plane. As a demon lord, it would be impossible for her to leave, so she could only temporarily stay in the chaos abyss. Regrettably, but happily, this was indeed only temporary. When the demon wave arrived, the mortal plane would be directly connected to the chaos abyss. Even Donati's would be able to jump out from the chaos abyss, let alone Eliza. I also casually gave Eliza some missions to make things difficult for our enemies. However, what was surprising was that Didina, who was also a demon lord, was actually able to easily teleport through the dimensional door. It was as if she didn't care about the dimensional laws at all. Don't be so surprised. Succubi don't have much strength. I'm probably weaker than even a myth-superior elf, nor am I some demon noble. Why would she stop me? Actually, I wasn't the only one who was surprised. Adam, Marguerite, and even Harloise herself were all looking at Didina in astonishment. According to their estimations, since Didina was the immemorial elf emperor, just her inherited memories and knowledge, along with the passage of so many years, should have been more than enough for her to reach the peak of power. He is him and I am me. Everyone chooses a different way of life. I think it's good now. At least the legendary demons I heard about have fallen, and I don't have to fight. I'm still alive. The reincarnation of a hero might not necessarily be a hero. The reincarnation of a wise and far-sighted saint might also be a butcher. The reincarnation of the reincarnation and reincarnation were two completely different individuals. Logically speaking, this was correct, but I still felt that something was off. Since he was living in the chaos abyss, he should have understood the law of the jungle. Succubi were treasures to other species, but to the powerful demons who thought with their muscles, succubi were useless subordinates. Living under someone else's roof and borrowing someone else's power wouldn't be a long-term solution. Who knew when you would meet an idiot who would kill you in order to become famous? Didina didn't seem like such an idiot. Moreover, as long as she absorbed the magic knowledge in her memories, she would be able to become a powerhouse. Her identity as a succubus would not restrict her from practicing magic. I looked over at her, but Harloise shook her head. It wasn't that she didn't know, but rather that she knew what was going on and didn't want me to continue asking. I could only helplessly shrug my shoulders as I inwardly sighed. Ever since Harloise met Dedina, she had stopped using her cat form, and if she truly became the Empress, it was likely that her cat form would no longer exist. That won't happen. Even you're capable of leaving everything to me. I can do the same. That might not necessarily be the case. I don't have any official status right now. How could the Empress of a country leave just like that? TSK, what Empress? There's only one gold elf left, and all the superior elves are below me. No matter what I do, I'll still be the symbolic elven Empress. Even if I'm not a puppet, I'll still be nothing more than a flower vase. How boring. I can just leave a clone in the royal palace. Don't even think about getting rid of me. The silly cat suddenly leaned over to me. She was currently 2 heads taller than me, and her exquisite golden crown gave off an air of nobility. Her dress was extravagant, and her golden proportions made her look very feminine. Her blonde hair even had the fragrance of laurel. Cough, Harloise, could you tell me about the latest situation with the elves? I'd like to know which elders are still alive. Perhaps they'll be able to help. Harloise instantly had a bitter expression. How dare you tell your father that the gold elves were already finished? You were such an unfilial child. You deserved it. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. Little Red's retorts were always so difficult to understand. Right now, she had transformed back into her Little Red dragon form. However, compared to her previous 1-meter-long infant dragon form, she was now roughly 3 meters long. Little Red had actually gained the most from this short trip to the Chaos Abyss. At her level, it would be incredibly difficult to improve any further. Although Little Red's power level seemed to have regressed for a short period of time, this was basically a change in her species' bloodline. This would greatly increase the upper limits of her combat strength. This was something that would be incredibly difficult to improve no matter how much she cultivated. In a way, this was the same as me changing my bloodline. It was just that Little Red's growth speed was much faster. I had originally come to the Chaos Abyss in search of power. Although my power level had greatly improved, I hadn't made any progress on the 4 most important magic swords apart from accumulating a bunch of fate points. Tisk, even if I have fate points, I can't exchange them for blueprints and materials. System, you're so useless. System, the god of order's abilities were limited. All she could exchange for were equivalent items through karma, items that already existed. For me, who was already forging a new path, her fate points would be of limited help. The Holy War was about to begin. The 4 magic swords were only half complete, and I was still far from reaching semi-god rank. Although I acted like I didn't care, I was actually quite anxious. Semi-god rank wouldn't only increase my power level. If I reached semi-god rank in the upcoming demon wave, I would be able to use a mega powerful trump card. This would be a foundational change. If I just smoothly created a myth-ranked weapon and forcefully reached semi-god rank, not only would there be endless problems, I would also be quite unwilling to accept it. It's not wrong to say that you're always making mistakes in the dark. Death and ice are both the power of chaos. There's an old veteran demon in the Chaos Abyss, the Elven Empress, who's the rightful successor of the Chaos Elven Empire. She's the one who taught elemental magic to the humans. Why don't you ask her instead of me? Indeed, Harloise hadn't even reached adulthood when she died. It was only after she was revived that she began to work hard at learning magic and mastering her own power. Logically speaking, she was no match for her ancestors, but for some reason, ever since I learned of Harloise's true identity, I felt rather awkward when looking at Dedina. Besides, since you've already asked that bastard to help you ask Aloyo for something, just relax and wait. I'm quite confident in him. I was quite confident in him as well, but I was even more confident that he would go overboard. He wouldn't be Bei Feng if he didn't end up doing something intolerable in the end. Don't even mention it. The sacred lake where the elves were born is still being polluted. I don't even dare to admit that I know him. Otherwise, all the elves will fight me to the death. Lake Ardell was a holy land controlled by the Silver Elves. Legend had it that the Mother Goddess had created the first elves, but now a certain beast king was causing trouble in the lake, polluting the water and affecting countless divine beasts. This was the foundational reason why Bay Foam was no longer able to stay in the mortal plane. Currently, the Moonwheel Capital's High Priestess Cecilia was having a similar problem. She hated that legendary Beast King to the bone. Damned bastard. Damned bastard. How am I supposed to explain this to the others? Cecilia was currently riding on a unicorn. Her holy priestess attire was eye-catching. She was also in the prime of her youth, but she had an expression filled with shame. As more and more aura of the chaos abyss leaked out from the dimensional cracks, the Moonwheel Capital's citizens became more and more panicked. But today, they finally received some reassurance. The Silver Elves' reinforcements had arrived. Not only did they bring large numbers of elite Silver Elf Knight and Air Knight, they also brought large numbers of nature divine beasts. These were all the elven gods' favored children. They were truly powerful combat strength. Deer, elephant, bear, and so on. These nature divine beasts usually had the appearance of natural beasts, but they were even more holy and beautiful. They also possessed powerful strength bestowed by the heavens. In the past, only the most devout elves would be allowed to enter the sacred lake to receive divine blessings. Only then would they be able to see these holy and beautiful nature divine beasts. Now that they saw these nature divine beasts in their own city, the elves were naturally overjoyed and their morale was greatly boosted. Everywhere these nature divine beasts passed by, lush green grass would appear like a carpet. No matter what season it was, flowers would naturally bloom. The beautiful nature divine beasts gave off a natural glow. Just seeing them would make people feel reassured. However, Mommy, why are those nature divine beasts' bellies so big? Are they going to give birth to little beasts? I can go see. Before a young elf could finish speaking, his frightened mother covered his mouth. This was a fact that everyone pretended not to see. How could he say it out loud? Asterisk plop. Asterisk a certain high priestess with good hearing fell off her horse onto a unicorn. Chapter 628. The 8th year of the Dawn Era was destined to be difficult. Astonishing news kept appearing one after another. However, the most popular news right before the demon wave arrived was rather surprising. The wood spirits have begun selling new products, dusk fruits and dawn fruits. Each fruit costs 500 justice points, and each fruit is worth 5 years of life. Each person can only exchange for 5 fruits at most. From a certain standpoint, it was no wonder that this advertisement stole the headlines. When time became a commodity, it would truly be a priceless treasure. There had always been legends about treasures of time like the spring of youth, elven tears, and so on. I had even seen the real thing before. However, mass-producing treasures of time was something that was rather incomprehensible. The advertisement also explained the restrictions. The dusk fruits could be eaten as many times as one wanted, and it would be fine even if one ate them until the end of one's lifespan. However, the dawn fruits could only be eaten at most 5 times. Otherwise, one's physical body would collapse, and it was highly likely that one would suddenly die. Still, this was more than enough to make all the rulers go crazy. 5 fruits of life that were worth 5 years each meant that one's lifespan would be extended by 25 years. This was at least 1/3 of an ordinary person's lifespan. For a ruler, this was an extension of the peak of their lifespan. It would also be an opportunity for them to receive supreme glory and be evaluated in history. The right to lead a country during the Holy War. With the current exchange rate, 500 justice points was roughly equivalent to the price of killing 5 legend-ranked demons. An adventuring team with an average gold rank would be able to obtain 500 justice points after working hard on several major battlefields for a year. Compared to the lifespan that could be obtained, it actually wasn't that expensive. In fact, it was ridiculously cheap. For a time, the exchange rate between justice points and ordinary gold coins reached an all-time high. 500 justice points would be enough to exchange for a noble title in a small or medium-sized kingdom. Even so, justice points were still priceless. I had just arrived at the meeting place, but when I saw this piece of news, I actually laughed out loud. "You finally succeeded? What a timely reign." As previously mentioned, the Wood Spirits' Forest of Dreams was a land of dreams that granted them the authority to create. However, the Wood Spirits' creations were limited to fruits and plants, and they could only provide buffs or debuffs to the creatures that consumed them. Previously, the Wood Spirits' most popular and expensive product was their fruits that permanently increased basic stats. Due to certain reasons, I had long since asked Amelia to research fruits that could change a species' age. Amelia also provided me with a theory of cell division, the relationship between lifespan, hormones, and the pituitary gland, and many other unproven theories. Anyways, in her forest of dreams, thoughts could change reality. As long as these unproven theories were self-justifying, it was possible that they could become research theories. Although it sounded ridiculous, this was indeed the research method of many idealistic mages. They were quite skilled at creating something out of nothing. However, the end product of this fruit definitely wouldn't be the same as the advertisement. I had seen far too many treasures that could forcefully extend one's lifespan, and none of them would cause one's physical body to collapse. However, it was true that no ordinary person with a short lifespan had ever obtained immortality. That was because the aging of one's spirit was far more hopeless than the aging of one's physical body. If one's spirit became too old, their soul and physical body would begin rejecting each other. In the end, their physical body and soul would become separated, and they would either become immobile zombies or living ghosts that could leave their bodies at any moment. In fairy tales, even those emperors that went through so much trouble to find the elixir of immortality had never had good endings. That was why the advertisement of only being able to extend one's lifespan by 25 years wasn't a complete lie. 20 years was a generation. For the first 20 years of one's lifespan, one's values and basic knowledge would be set. Their soul would also be in a stable state. If one continued to progress further, it was likely that all sorts of problems would occur. Actually, forcefully extending one's lifespan by 20 years was something that even great drool, great alchemists, and great priests could do. Quite a few people had done so, but those who went too far suffered retribution. Of course, even the most troublesome problem of extending one's physical body's lifespan could be solved as long as one didn't care about the price. The simplest solution would be to have the kings cultivate martial arts and magic to a certain level, so that their soul and physical body would have a high and stable connection. That would naturally solve the problem. However, when considering that making everyone undying would mean breaking the cycle of reincarnation, even if there wouldn't be any additional problems, it would mean that the balance of resources in the world of Eichi would be broken. Not a single wise person would do such a thing. A dusk fruit that can increase one's age? Your illness can be cured? Harlow's smile was filled with evil intent. She even glanced down at my lower body as she spoke. Damn, what was the meaning of this? Damn, this wasn't developed for me, so I don't care at all. It's true. Hey, why are all of you looking at me like that? I really didn't develop this for myself. Everyone's sympathetic gazes made me furious. This time, I had truly been wrongly accused. All right. Everyone knows that you only developed this for the sake of growing taller. I could only helplessly ask the heavens. I hadn't developed this for the sake of growing taller. The time bracelet was far more useful than any kind of shoes. Tui. I wasn't wearing any shoes to increase my height. I didn't need them at all. Forget it. I'll just tell you directly. This is for the Dawn children. Perhaps it's a bit like pulling up a seedling to help it grow, but it's far more useful than letting the seedling rot in the bone. Many of the Valkyrie reincarnations who were born with knowledge had already displayed their talents and obtained the glorious title of Dawn Children. However, a child who is no more than 7 years old would always have a natural shortcoming. Even if the child's knowledge could keep up, the child's courage wouldn't be able to keep up. Even if the child's personality could keep up, the child's appearance wouldn't be able to convince everyone. The Dawn Fruit and Dusk Fruit that I had developed this time were all prepared for the Dawn Children. In my opinion, rather than having the Dawn Children powerlessly spend their childhood. Considering the current situation in the mortal plane, it was likely that their childhood would be filled with bloodshed. It would be better to have the Dawn Children be able to control their own fates. The Dawn Fruit was nothing more than an extra to attract attention. Although items that could extend one's lifespan were precious, they could still be found on the market every few years. However, there had never been any items that could increase one's age. Nobody would want to die early. However, the Dawn Fruit was a necessity in my original plan. The human Dawn Children would be able to use the Dawn Fruit after a few years of hard work. Elves, dwarves, dragons. Would you expect a young elf child to use a sword dance? Would you expect a young dragon that was no larger than a puppy to cast a forbidden spell? I had previously considered undead magic's Curse of Aging, but I later discovered that Curse of Aging used negative energy to forcefully age the physical body. This would permanently damage both the physical body and the soul. Logically speaking, all undead magic would be out of the question. In the future, I would still need to look for the nature faction. I didn't really have many choices in the nature faction, so I finally left this matter to Amelia's 7 virtues. The last time I met her, I even asked her about it, but she didn't have any information. It seemed that she had just recently made a breakthrough in this technology. Roland only found out much later that Amelia had only thought of this because of his reminder, and then successfully developed the Dawn Fruit. Right, lend me some of your justice points. I'm going to get some fruits. Little Red wasn't the one who spoke to me. She had a delighted expression, as if she couldn't wait any longer. I suddenly felt like the heavens were rather unfair. Why was it that every time I plotted something, Little Red would always be the one to benefit? But then she had a bitter expression. Although justice points couldn't be used to exchange, she could exchange them for items that others could use. Unfortunately, she had just learned that we didn't have any justice points left at all. You've all exchanged books. This was Marguerite. The gods' library had attracted countless mages. That was a true bottomless pit. The ancient secrets of magic had drained even the scholars' wallets dry. I've eaten, drunk, and played. I still have 7 justice points here. Which one of you wants? We ignored Adam's words. Not a single one of us had any hopes for him. This wasn't only because of his personality of casually spending money. The more direct reason was that Marguerite would probably clean out his wallet the moment it was full. Little Red herself didn't know what to say either. She didn't even go out to kill monsters to save up justice points. How could a proud dragon go out to work? Finally, Little Red's gaze landed on me. Considering how often I met enemies and how much I had accumulated in the past, it was highly likely that I still had justice points on me. I proudly raised my head and smiled. I do indeed have more than 2,000 justice points, but I'm going to buy some height shoes. I don't even have enough for myself. I then laughed out loud in delight. Who asked you to laugh at me? Little Red, did you really think that I'd forgotten how you laughed at me back in the day? I hadn't laughed enough yet, so don't even think about returning to normal. The evil dragon bared her teeth and spat out flames from her throat. She seemed to be threatening me, as if she was considering robbing me. However, I fearlessly used my trump card. Besides, one fruit takes 5 years to mature. Dragons take much longer to mature than 200-year-old elves. The stronger a dragon is, the slower they mature. If I did some quick calculations, you probably wouldn't be able to afford it, even if I sold you. You'd be better off eating more justice points and growing faster. All right then, a system notification appeared. Little Red was currently taking a deep breath. Hurry and hide, hurry and hide. Was she going to be spat at for telling the truth in this day and age? Wait a moment, I have an idea. We can rob. That's right, you can definitely rob other dragons. Considering how powerful dragons were, it would definitely be quite easy to earn justice points. However, based on my understanding of red dragons, but as far as I know, those guys haven't gone out to earn justice points. Even if they need justice points, they'll just wait to rob us. Are you an idiot? You're the Dragon Queen. You're ordering them to earn justice points so that you can rob them. Just as we were planning our grand plan to earn justice points, an unexpected voice spoke up behind us. Actually, I still have some justice points that my demon agent earned in the mortal plane. The person who spoke up was actually Dedina. The demon, Lord Dedina, actually had justice points from the mortal plane. Even demons are starting to help people level up, and by justice points. Chapter 6, 29. Originally, I had intended to properly record the Elven Empire's revival and enthronement ceremony. After all, no matter how one looked at it, this was a mega event that would be recorded in history. In order to help with the promotion, I even intended to use the eight-legged essay that I was familiar with to properly write about this historical event and analyze its effects on the entire world. In the year FD8, the Elven Empire's founding ceremony, led by Empress Harloise, was held in the small city of Sindel in Danbur. This ceremony symbolized the establishment of the Northland's Elven Empire and was of great historical significance. The four superior elf representatives who participated in this ceremony were the wood elf representatives Kelly and Vonkel, the dark elf representatives Diana, Victoria, and Steele, the moon elf representatives Swana and Marstur, and the silver elf representatives Celtis and Cardi. The ceremony ended perfectly in a solemn and dignified atmosphere. It took a total of 11 minutes and 17 seconds. Sorry, I couldn't make up any more stories, because I really didn't know how to properly write about a ridiculous ceremony that took 27 minutes to complete, and 70% of the time was spent reciting the elves' tongue-twisting full names. If I absolutely had to record it, I would probably only be able to record the entire process. The master of ceremonies announced that the ceremony had begun, and everyone applauded. The master of ceremonies began to read out the names of the main participants. Everyone listened very seriously at first, as perhaps these names would all be major figures in the future who would establish the Elven Empire. Then the master of ceremonies used a perfect retroflex voice to repeat the tongue-twisting Elven language in order to use an operatic accent to shout out the glorious nobles' names. Most of the spectators below fell asleep or spaced out. Considering that time was limited, the master of ceremonies only read out the names of the main participants. These were the people who had to be registered as the pillars of the Elven Empire. But this still took 23 to 24 minutes. It would have been fine if it had been a meaningful speech, but the entire process was filled with tongue-twisting, meaningless syllables, as well as all sorts of unnecessary ceremonial words. Perhaps even the elves themselves would find it boring. Fine then. I didn't know if the elves would find it boring or not, but Adam, who was sitting in the first row as a witness for the ceremony, instantly fell asleep as the elves beside him glared at him. Then it was finally time for the main event. Harloise went up on stage, put on a golden crown, and picked up the scepter that symbolized imperial authority. Then she gave her first speech since taking office. I swear on my father's name that I will do my best. That's all. Yet that was all. Then there was astonishing cheering. Can we finally eat? Adam woke up at this time, his saliva dripping all over the ground. The surrounding elves looked at him with disgust. Although everyone was bored listening to him, he was the only one who didn't give them any face and fell asleep. As for me, I'm going to give him a good account here. Tomorrow, I'm going to send him to the Little Fairy newspaper and make him famous. How did he offend you? This guy said that he plans to have 12 kids and form a basketball team. He also said that it's not safe now and that he'll have kids after the Holy War. Back then, it was enough for him to leave the group alone, but he actually flaunted his happiness in front of a single man. How could he tolerate this? I want to make him famous. Let him think that his ugly manners will offend those narrow-minded, pointy ears. Why do I feel like Adam is raising a flag, and it's the most dangerous kind? Why did you turn into a cat again? Only now did I realize that although the gold elf on the stage was beautiful and noble, it was only a clone. The real Harloise had landed on my shoulder. In order to prevent others from sniping and killing me, the average emperor and queen's term is far too short these days. I casually said something that even I didn't believe as the black cat rubbed against my face and licked it. It was cold and ticklish. I feel like I'm more at ease like this. You're so sly. My words caused Harloise to pause in surprise. She looked at me in astonishment as if she had seen something rare, such as an ironwood flower or a meteor shower. You're actually enlightened now. Tisk, I've never been an idiot. What do you mean by, I swear on my father's name that I'll do a good job? If your father fell into the cycle of reincarnation and never heard from him, you would probably believe it. But in the current situation, isn't it the same as I swear on Dadina's name that I'll do a good job and look for her if anything happens? Isn't this just sly? The silly cat suddenly chuckled. She laughed quite happily, and then I laughed as well. Damn it, why are you biting me? And then a cat-eared hat appeared on my head. Although the ceremony was simple, the meaning behind it wasn't simple at all. First of all, when elven emperors and kings inherited the throne, it would be the elven gods' incarnations or high priests who would put on the crown for them. The kings and emperors would have to thank and worship the elven gods, which naturally meant that the royal authority was under the control of the elven gods. But this time, Harloise directly put on the crown. No elven gods were allowed to watch the ceremony. Those who came without an invitation were all sent back. There were also 2 gods' incarnations from the Hades faction as spectators. It probably didn't need to be explained what this symbolized. After a short, half-hour coronation ceremony, the audience continued all the way until midnight. Fortunately, all this work could be done on the floating airship. Otherwise, it would have been quite painful to waste so much time. Yes, audience. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it dividing the spoils. A new empire would be established. Although it would become a member of the Mist Alliance, it would still need its own territory, organization, and people. In that case, with people, there would be society, and with society, there would be exploitation and classes. I meant the division of labor in society. Perhaps joining the Mist Alliance would be able to break these boundaries. But at this time, it would be best not to provoke the elves too much. Let's first follow the traditional rules. According to the ancient elven tradition of the revived elven empire, the 4 superior elves would support the gold elves' rule. They would also take away the royalty's authority and glory. In that case, the 4 superior elves' positions, authority, and so on would have to be divided accordingly. Although time was limited and it would be impossible to divide everyone's authority, a general framework would be necessary to calm the elves. Everyone else is fighting to the death, yet you're dividing authority and authority. Isn't this dividing spoils? It's clearly under the gold elves' guidance. The 4 superior elves are carrying out their duties based on their natural talents bestowed upon them by the creator goddesses, guiding the elves to a revival. Why does something so honorable become so dirty when you say it? Forget it. Just look at how greedy they are. What's the difference between this and dividing spoils? I'm just always telling the truth. Harloise was rendered speechless. The elves in real life and the elves in fairy tales were similar in appearance. However, there was a huge difference on the inside. These pointy-eared elves were naturally petty and vain. Meanwhile, the superior elves were born above ordinary elves. They were already used to all sorts of conflicts for personal benefits. How could they possibly easily make concessions? For the entire night, we divided spoils, welcomed the elves without stopping. However, What I didn't expect was that none of the temporary leaders of the 4 superior elves were my subordinates. The current leader of the Wood Elves was the forest elf Finker Vin Kasola. He was a famous great droll among the Wood Elves, as well as a well-known moderate and coexisting droll. It was only natural that he would be recommended as the leader of the Wood Elves. He was only slightly more than 400 years old. He was a ruddy-faced, burly Wood Elf. As a Wood Elf great droll, he had just reached the prime of his life. However, it was rather strange that he would tremble slightly when he saw me. "Your Highness, we met once before. Back then, I had just become a droll, and you left a deep impression on me. The voice of nature is telling me that your soul has become even more powerful than it was back then. We met before." I didn't remember meeting a Wood Elf great droll before. "Hey, did you drop your staff? Why did you run away?" "Cough, I've heard of him before. He's a survivor of Ice Aeon, and it's said that he has a chronic illness that causes him to shake uncontrollably whenever it snows. You seem to be shaking as well." Harlowie's true body was on my shoulder, while her clone was still meeting with the other elves. She was truly capable of multitasking. However, I instantly understood what she meant. "Oh, is this a conditioned reflex of eating a popsicle when you were young and breaking your teeth? Whenever you see a popsicle, you'll automatically shiver. I understand now. That's definitely not the same thing. Your family uses Ice Aeon to make popsicles. Damn it, I've been tricked by you." I felt rather uncomfortable as I looked at the great droll who was constantly sneaking glances at me from afar. This wasn't because I was afraid of revenge. It was just that I felt rather disgusted to have a middle-aged man constantly sneaking glances at me, and then suddenly blushing when our eyes met. The temporary Wood Elf leader was truly a temporary position. That was because there weren't that many Wood Elves in the Northlands, and this position was mainly to make up the numbers. Naturally, it wouldn't have much authority. However, the other 3 elven species had quite a large number of Wood Elves. The leader of the Dark Elves, Steel, didn't have a family name. It was said that she was the younger sister of the holy maiden Lorsi, Lorsi's illegitimate daughter. She was the unlucky bastard who had her body stolen by Harloise. However, she didn't have Lorsi's bloodline. When considering how the Dark Elf social circle was so chaotic that it was impossible to tell who was who, and how dark their social circle was so dark that everyone was black inside and out, just from what I knew, I could tell that the inside stories and grudges could be written into several novels. Victoria had always been quite ambitious. Her blasphemy priestess job class had already been played to perfection. The entire Dark Elf society no longer had any gods, but there was a large number of believers. Even Anslow had failed to infiltrate the Dark Elf society. I felt that if I ignored her for another 200 years, it would be only natural for her to suddenly ascend to godhood. And her greatest trump card, apart from my support, was that she had an excellent older sister who was quite powerful but not ambitious. The current Diana was becoming more and more like the number 1 Dark Elf sister. It could be said that Victoria now had the most powerful military and religious authority in Dark Elf society. She was the true uncrowned ruler. However, she was quite sly. She didn't intend to become the tribe leader herself, nor did she allow her older sister, who wasn't skilled at politics, to become the tribe leader. If she really tried to forcefully become the tribe leader, I would be on guard against her. Perhaps she would do something. She also knew that I was wary of her, so she had always maintained a humble and cautious behavior. She also didn't interfere too much with Dark Elf affairs. But what she didn't know was that the more she played around like this, the more I felt that she was incredibly scheming and dangerous. Considering how glorious Victoria's past was in the game's history, if I died and no one was able to suppress her, something would likely happen. A puppet, huh? Sorry, I accidentally said the truth. I hurriedly apologized sincerely when I saw that the Dark Elf tribe leader was about to cry. However, the moment I apologized, the little girl really started crying. Although this little girl didn't seem to care about anything. The Dark Elves were actually the strongest of the Northland's elves. They still had their foundational strength, and there were quite a large underground population. Their natural talent for magic resistance would be incredibly useful in the future when the elemental tide became more violent. They had a complete power system to begin with, and they also had powerful job classes like Desecration Priests and Anti-Holy Knight. It was only natural that the Dark Elves would rise. It seems that it's time to suppress the Dark Elves for the sake of balance. I said it out loud. Sorry. Little girl, don't cry. I won't hit you. I'll only suppress you. Suppress you. All right, I cried even louder. All right then. I had already scared 2 tribe leaders to tears. I should go off to the side and take a rest. The leader of the Silver Elves was Celtis Ruffin Camusi Silverspear. He was an incredibly handsome elf who was a hero on the battlefield among the Silver Elves. He was the core leader of the younger generation, and also one of the main reasons why the Silver Elves had split apart. However, Harloise had an incredibly unfriendly expression when she looked at him. Silver Spear Clan, I would never forget that it was the Silver Spear family that had rebelled against the Gold Elves back in the day. Those 2 Silver Spear family elders were still on Harloise's must-kill list. But now that the Silver Elves had just surrendered to the Gold Elves, it was only natural that they would continue using their current leaders. Without sufficient reason, it would be impossible to change the leaders even if I wanted to. TSK, he even has a pair of electrifying eyes, and he's even fawning over Harloise, his clone. Harloise, as a bystander and the person involved, how do you feel? Silver Spear, Silver Spear, Silver Spear. All right then. Her avatar's smile was like a flower, as if she was amused by the joke. Her true body, Harloise, was still conflicted. If she didn't grit her teeth and hold it in, something bad would probably happen. It seemed that in the future, this upstart of the Silver Spear family would enjoy being bullied by her superior. As for the Moon Elves, they were the most troublesome. Right now, they still hadn't decided who would be the tribe leader. The rulers of the 3 Northlands, Moon Kingdom of the Elves, were unable to come to an agreement. And Swana, who was the closest to us, had adamantly refused to become the tribe leader. I'm already an undead, so how can I be too attached to the authority of the living? Since my species has already survived the calamity, I'm already intending to say goodbye to Her Highness. However, the problem was that there were only 3 Northlands Moon Kingdom of the Elves left. Originally, it would have been quite difficult for them to join the Mist Alliance, and the internal situation was incredibly complicated. For the sake of mutual trust, Swana was the only candidate that both sides were willing to accept. Don't! If you leave, who are we going to find to be our scapegoat? It won't be easy to find someone who can be bullied on all sides. After pondering for a long while, I said something that attracted everyone's attention. Or, to be more precise, it scared everyone to the point of collapsing on the ground. Swana, do you want to be revived? I can do it.